Fuck you know. Now that was challenging. Let's stop it, restart it, stop it, restart it, stop it, restart it. You know? Yeah, last Friday it was click on. Oh, that was very that was loud. Within 5 seconds of hitting go live, we went live, you know? Just fucking couldn't make this shit up. Started off with 4 people off the bat, and now we're down to 2, you know? Makes it more intimate. So who's with me? Just let me know in the chat. Hello, Lana. Hey, thanks for hanging in there. You know, I was just saying, you know, because last Friday I clicked go live and it was like 5 seconds. 5 seconds, no problems. Now I've got another thing coming up on my screen that I don't want. I'm getting pop-ups, Lana. You couldn't make this shit up. Gone. It's gone now. Hello there, David. How you doing? How you doing, brother? Hello. That's what the plod used to say. Well, they didn't really. I think it was probably the British working class that made that up. Getting pop-ups, did you say? Yeah, they seem to have stopped now, Lana. But it wasn't advertisement pop-ups, just the computer wanting me to do stuff that I just, you know, I was just thinking, this is not an appropriate time to be fucking with me. So I just got rid of them. And so far, it's looking all right. Can everyone hear me okay? Hello, Ray, you all right? How you doing, lass? Yeah, you know what? Thank you, Lana. Yeah, good to hear. Good to hear. Right, so you can hear me, you can see me. We're good to go. Yeah. So, you know how I like my analogies, right? Well, this is my analogy for the situation that we're in now, right? Right. Okay. So they want to invade Iran, right? Let me just get this off because I just want to get it off my chest, right? They want to invade Iran. I don't believe Iran has nukes, right? So, but they're using that as an excuse to invade because they've gone against some sort of protocol, blah, 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 right? But we've heard that before, you know? Iraq, they've got weapons of mass destruction, you know? And we've just taken our towers off, our twin towers, and the other one. Yeah. So this is the same thing. It's the same thing. Like this, right? This little trick that everyone knows, right? So you make a hole in your fist about the size of your thumb, right? About the thickness of your thumb, right? and it's gone. You know. Now, some of you are going to know how that's done, and some of you aren't. But once you know how it's done, you can see the playbooks. You know. Yeah, exactly, the playbook. Yeah, it's a great little trick, you know. And I gave someone's, because I had a few knocking around, you know. It was something that I knew. It was something I used as a tool when I was working in kids' homes to bring the kids down from crisis. The aim is to get them from crisis mode down to baseline. And some of the staff there, they used to go straight in for a personal intervention, which is a takedown, a proper takedown, so they can't move. It was very rare I did one of them. I was always able to communicate with them and just talk to them like this, bring them down, and to go to bed, you know. So this is like once you've seen the deep state do something like that before with Iraq, and saying that they had weapons of, you know, Blair and Bush, right couple of bastards. And I think this is the same, you know, but then they're going to need to up the ante, you know. So it could be a potential false flag tactical nuke going off, and maybe somewhere inside of Israel, but not a very populated area, you know, because Israel is quite big. It can take a tactical nuke, you know, without taking too many people out. That's why it's tactical. So, you know, they could set a nuke off in Israel in a you know, the opposite of a densely populated area, and just blame it on Iran, you know. We need to stand up for our country. We are doing. It's a gradual thing, and I've, just like you guys, I've had my moments where I wish this had already the fuck up, you know, so we can crack on. We'll know what to do, you know. We will know what to do. You will know what to do, you know. But then on the flip side, the longer it takes, the more people wake up, you know. And I think if they did do something like that in Israel, I mean, they allowed something else to happen within Israel that was usually a very, very, very secure area. When Hamas, you know, and if you look into the history of Hamas, you know, and their connection to Israel, it's fucking mental. Yeah. Oh, you know, the beard, right? Let's go on to something lighter, just for a second, at least a second. I mean, I've already got this t-shirt on, which I do wear out, you know, walk around, and every now and then you'll get a nod, a little wink, you know, I know, you know, I know, that sort of thing. So if I remember, you know, I'll go out with a t-shirt that's got some sort of slogan on. It's because people they take it in. Remember, they take it in. Anyway, one of our little tribe, right, bought me this, right? So going back to the beard thing, Ray, yeah. Check this out from one of our little tribe. It's a beard growth chart, right? So you start off with probably maybe like a bit of a stubble, you know, but groomed, maybe a little moustache, you know, and some sideburns, nice and neat, manly, right? Caveman's when you've let yourself go a little bit, you know, you've not had a shave for a week, you know. Trucker, you maybe had a few chins underneath that beard. Hillbilly, I reckon there are, I think, hillbilly, sea captain, biker, lumberjack, explorer, rock singer, professor, and saint. I think the beard size of all those people are about the same. But the wizard one, I don't know if I'm aiming for that yet. I'm the future for me is going between manly and Gandalf. So I'm not sure which way I'm going to go, but how cool is that t-shirt, you know, from one of our own. Thank you, Annie. Yeah, it's great, you know. But you see, this is what one of the things, you know, when you hear about me moaning about grifters, you know, but when they're selling merch and their merch is t-shirts that have got, like, you know, powerful slogans on them, you know, to wake people up, you know. I'm all for that, yeah, because it's for our cause, you know. We're going to benefit from that. The more people that are walking around with slogans on people's, you know, on their t-shirts, yeah, you know, it's you're spreading the message completely silently, you know, passively. People just do, you know, as they're approaching you, you know, if they're not engaged in conversation or like that, just walking in into lamppost, you know, people that are actually paying attention. If you walk past, you know, with a t-shirt with lettering on, you are gonna read it. Generally, you are gonna read it. So t-shirts are a fantastic way to, you know, kind of just plant the seeds. At least plant the seeds. Yeah, cheers, Lana. Yeah, it is a cool t-shirt. I've got some very interesting t-shirts. I wore one. I didn't. It just never crossed my mind. On the day that I got this t-shirt, it was a Christmas present from my stepson, right? And he got me a couple. The other one's a bit crude, you know, and it's more visual, really. But the other one, I never thought to even ask what it meant. I just thought maybe it was a designer label or something like that. I don't know. And then I went to work in a kid's home wearing this t-shirt, and I don't know why I didn't know what it meant. I just don't think I thought about it. So I've got these young kids saying, because it was a W, big capital W, and then an anchor. So I've got the kids that I'm looking after pointing at me and saying wanker, and I couldn't understand why for about 3 or 4 minutes. Yeah. Couldn't I never made that connection, you know, that it said that my t-shirt said wanker on it. Yeah. Having to get through a full shift with a t-shirt like that on. Yeah. I think that was the last time I wore it. I was traumatized by it. Oh dear. Lana wants a t-shirt. Hello, Air Hammond. welcome to the to our little tribe. Yeah, Lana wants a t-shirt with "loyal to the foil" on it. I think that's so cool. And do you know what, Lana? I need to look into it a bit more, you know. But I know that one of our little tribe, she's got a friend that makes, you know, t-shirts to order. You know, whatever you want putting on there, she'll put it on there. So, but I don't know if she, I think she just kind of just does it for friends and family, and they just chuck a few quid, you know, just to cover the costs and that. I think that's where it's at. But the fact that she can do it and she's got the equipment to do it, I'll see if I can find something out so that you can get some printed t-shirts for cost, whatever she's charging. I wouldn't charge her anything. I wouldn't, never. And if she's interested, I can like give you, you can email me and I'll give you the number and you can sort something out with her, you know. It'll be a lot cheaper than most like politically slogany, anti-establishment, you know, beware of the left type t-shirts. Fuck politicians, something like that. Yeah, you know, normally they can cost a bit. So this could be helping a girl out, and you could be getting a t-shirt that you'll be walking down the street and feeling proud of. In fact, even better for women, because women have got tits, you know. So you're pushing that message even more than we can. Oh dear. Hey up, Ruth, you all right, darling? How's it going? Yeah, they did. Yeah, at my expense, Ruth. Yeah. You know, like, come on, it's time to get to bed. Oh, come on, wanker. I'm like, come on, stop swearing. Stop swearing. You've got it on your t-shirt. And I've got no argument with it. I can't argue with that. That's like me saying wanker, 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 and then they say wanker, and then you go, you're not allowed to say wanker, and they're saying, well, you just said it 10 times. You know, freedom of speech. It's important. The cosmos is trying to best to stress me. Ah, right. The cosmos is trying its best to, I don't know why I found that difficult to read. It's really simple. The cosmos is trying its best to stress me out, but I'm having an honour of it. Good. And you know what? The less fucks you give, right, to some degree, you know, usually, obviously, common sense is core, right? But whatever it is, you know, if you tend to just think, do you know what? Fuck off, right? That's when things start to fall into place. It's mad, you know. Sort of the term "go with the flow" is profound when you really think about it. And things just kind of fall into place because you're not. It's hard to explain, and I don't want to sound all fucking la, you know. Not at 24 minutes past 10 on a Friday night, you know. Oh dear. Who else we got? Hello, Michael. Welcome, mate. Look, everyone. I am sorry that this live stream is so late. My arse hasn't touched the ground today. You know, it's yeah. When you've I think what's happened to me is I've gone into a different gear now. And that's because I'm looking around and I'm seeing everything fucking hotting up, you know. Is Annie with us? Where's our Annie? Yeah, it's everything's kind of ramping up. There's a little comment here that I can't see because it's just gone off the. I've got one that says in big letters, lift weights and cuddle dogs. Dogs is dogs in Scots. So you don't call dogs in Scotland. Lana, can you confirm this for me, please, darling? I want to make sure that this is for real. A dog. I'm just taking the dog for a while. I suppose if you throw it into the accent, oh, I'm just taking the dog for a dog. Dog. Right. It's only pennies dropped. It's all right. We're back in the room. I'm taking out the dog. Dog. Yeah. It's I have my moments where I'm thinking, do I need to hire an interpreter? You know? But it's me. It's never you. Not really, usually. It's me. One day at a time, Lorna. Sometimes the poop hits us thick and fast. It does. I was having this this conversation yesterday, and I don't know about you, but every morning I wake up, I've got just this heightened sense of alertness. You know, I'm like as soon as I pull the quilt back, I'm fucking ready to be getting sort of ambushed in some way, you know. So I'm just constantly on my guard. I think that's why when I do go to sleep, I sleep well because I've just fucking burnt myself out physically and mentally during the day. But yeah, you know, that's irrational. It's irrational because you've got no control over anything that's not happened. You know, your imagination can run wild, and but I suppose it's just that kind of preparedness mindset. Really, we're just constantly heightened. You know, we try to work out what's coming next, and when's it actually going to get here? Is loads and loads of questions, because there is just so much going on now, you know, in the world. It's fucking mental. It's mental. And yeah, this is the most significant and profound change in the structure of society in what we know as of you know, recorded history, and it's happening in our lifetime, and we've got front row seats to this shit, you know, on top of the you know, the various different types of involvement in that as well. Do you know what? I've gone from hot as fuck because I think I was stressed, frustrated, you know, that it wouldn't go live. Now that it has, I'm chilled. Chilled tip bone. God, I'm fucking freezing, you know. And I shouldn't be, because, you know, it's global boiling, you know. But maybe, I don't know, maybe I'm just too much in the shade here. So pushing solar farms onto our green belt whilst dimming the skies. Yeah, couldn't make this shit up. Dogs is slang. Yeah. Yeah, but it's your pronunciation of dogs. It's like dog, but it's like more deep, you know. Dog. I'm taking the dog for a walk. Yeah, it makes sense. Unless you're a pikey, then it's a dag, you know. So if we've gone from dog, which is what it's meant to be, to dog, to then dag, you know. Do you like dags? Do you want to buy a dag? That's a pikey. So pikeys call them dags. Rose seats. Have you got an e-bike yet? No, I haven't, because the fewer lithium batteries that are made in China of that size. I mean, I did buy about 2.5 years ago. Again, I went into, you know, when you buy stuff just to get that that dopamine hit of it being delivered. I went through a phase like that, and bought some stupid things, ridiculous things. But one was an e-scooter, and I bought a decent one as well. You know, it was all singing, all dancing, and it was fucking fast. And so I took it out on where I normally take the girls for a walk, right? And I thought I'll let them off the lead, and we'll kind of like, we can go along at speed, you know, like a little pack. You know, that was the idea in my head. You know, both of them running alongside me and just kind of revving the shit out of this this e-scooter. It wasn't like that at all. They were jumping across in front of me, making me swerve. I came off twice, and it was far too fast. You know, I don't feel safe on that at all. So it got used once, and then I resold it on eBay. Probably lost about 30 quid on it, not much. But then, you know, I've heard of people charging these lithium batteries up every time I do a live. Charging these batteries up, and they just. You've got to agree that it's very loud. You know, does it not do anyone else's head in? Is it literally just me out of 18 people, including myself? Am I the only one that's not being able to listen to that without it doing the reading? See, what dog drinks for that long? You know. Oh, you'll never get it. You'll never get it. But then, actually, pretty much every single one of you is going to have a noise in, you know, at least one specific noise in your head. That when you hear it, it just irritates you. Instantly irritates you. So I think we've all got one, but I've got lots. Misophonia means like a lot of noises. Brought up in care, abandoned. Who fucking cares? Air Hammond, yeah. Look, you know, it's again, you know, a lot of people can blame their current behaviour, right, on a bad childhood. You know, and it's such a fucking cop out. It is. Yeah, I had a tough, rough childhood, and then I went to work with kids that had rough, tough childhoods. You know, and yeah, I mean, I've worked with some of the most damaged kids you can possibly imagine, because they've just been, you know, neglected, you know, put aside, you know, what with those all of those questions. Why did she want to get rid of me, or blah blah blah, or what did I do? Was I really that bad? Blah blah blah. And yeah, you know, it does. Kids' homes damage kids to do because you cannot beat a happy, healthy mum and dad, husband and wife, and children, nuclear family. You can't. It's you know, a healthy one is an unbreakable, powerful tool, which is why they've gone all out all of these years now to try and destroy it. You know, because they know it's powerful, and then you get strong families within a strong community because all of the other families are strong. You know, you're fucking formidable. They don't want that. They really don't. But yeah, Air Hammond, you know, being brought up in care, you know, it's not nice. No, you know, you end up feeling sorry. You do feel sorry for these kids because they feel like they've been abandoned. But it can make you into a more rounded person. You know, all life experiences do that, and I think it's usually the most negative ones that stick the best. But I'll always say that the best way to learn is the hard way. You know, major consequences. Because it gives you massive adjustments, you know. Scotland has 3 languages: Scots Gaelic, pronounced like Gaelic, and English. Yeah, Gaelic. Gaelic, yeah. Because I think Ireland's got the same, and Welsh has got a different. So England, you know, that's it. That's all I know. That and how to say hello in Spanish, order various different types of rounds of drinks in Italy, you know, but that's it. So that's it. That's the limit to my language, and I love the English language. I love it. It's beautiful. It's the most beautiful language in the world. But that's all we've got. I do think there's a form of Old English, but even the spelling's different. Everything's, you know, it's weird. Whereas the Welsh, I mean, to anyone that's not from the UK, check this out, right? Pretty much every single person in the entire country of Wales can speak English, right? Yet, if you look at the resources of having to put a sign in English and then in Welsh, the Welsh language, which I think is a form of Gaelic. I'll read the rest of the comments in a minute. Yeah, you know, so double the signage, so that's twice as much metal. Double the painting on the roads, you know, just so they can have it in Welsh when they know it's in English, they can read it in English. They know they can, you know. But so that's twice the resources spent that are completely unnecessary, you know. I love them, but you don't do much exercise. What was that in relation to? Where are we? Glorified mobility scooter. Yeah, I suppose it was really. I think if it had like a little seat section on it, I might have been a bit more comfortable. But having two dogs just fucking, you know, over and over, just crisscrossing in front of you in the middle of the dark, when you've got it on the highest setting, it flew. But yeah, we didn't. I don't know, because I was umming and ahhing before. I was umming and ahhing about it as a, you know, another potential mode of transport that I could literally charge up from solar panels that I've already bought. You know, I could do that, but I've got two bikes that need a little bit of sorting out, you know, and a couple of punctures repairing. And I've got one. That's it. I've got a bike, you know. I've got a bike, so it's just pedal power. That's it. So you keep him sort of fit at the same time, or at least limbered up. You know, keeping your nether regions nice and slack. Oh, we're off. Polystyrene squeaking does my head in. Yeah, that's one of mine, Lana. That's definitely in my top 17,000. No, but that is, oh yeah. And now that you've, you know, because we know what it sounds like and we know what it does to us. Again, the hardest way to make an imprint, you know, more impactful on your head. But you remember because it's had an impact on you. And same principle. Yeah, but you're a nice person. Well, thank you, Hammond. I think that's aimed at me. But you think you're a cunt. Well, I think a few people here think they are from time to time, but we're not. It depends on your definition of cunt, you know. It can be meant in a nice way, you know. He's like, oh, he's a oh, I love him. He's a right little cunt he is, you know. It's again, this is why communication is 90% is 90% non-verbal, because you're just picking up on so many cues and maybe auras. Who knows? Aura is just a word that man's given something to something, you know. There are so many things that we can't really explain. Hello, Marie. How you diddling? You all right? There's a couple of waves back there for you. Hope you're enjoying your evening. E-bikes. I know that a lot of high-profile preppers have definitely got e-bikes, you know. But there is something that you can buy to add to an existing bike to turn it into an e-bike. It's just a bit of fiddling around and a bit of wiring and stuff. So I could consider something like that. It's just that I don't want too many lithium products in my home, because, you know, when they do catch fire, and yeah, when they do, they don't want to go out. You know, you can do whatever you want to try and put that fire out, and it's not happening. You know, and when they can go with a proper fucking pop. So that, I think that's one of the reasons. I think it was purely down to an overactive safety mindset. Having said that, I could get one of these battery banks and rig it all up to a normal bike and just keep it in the shed. You know, if it blows up, it blows up. Worst case scenario is 4 or 5 dismembered spiders. You know, and a burned down shed. But I'd rather it happen out there than it happen in here, you know. And another crazy thing I bought, just to get that, I was so desperate to feel something, you know. So I just started buying stuff that I didn't need. I think deep down there is some sort of there would have been some sort of prepper excuse, you know, so I could blame it on prepping. So I need it. It's better to have it than, it's better to have it and not need it. You know, that sort of, yeah. So I bought a few stupid things, you know. I mean, like a wakeboard, just because I took the girls for a walk on a nice sunny day once, and you've seen that. I've shown you footage of that little stretch of river down there. It's beautiful, beautiful. I can't believe it's at the bottom of my street, you know. And this isn't a posh town, you know. Still can't get warm. Well, yeah. So, you know, during the summer, you get families having little picnics down there. It's like being in the countryside. It looks like it, you know. Look, it's all so beautiful and natural, you know. So it gets really popular down there. And when on the rare occasion, considering we've got global boiling going on the rare occasion where we do get a nice hot sunny day, I mean fucking hot, you know, late 30s, you know, I'm happy with that. I really am. You'll never ever hear me say I'm too hot, or we need a good rain to cool everything down, clear the air. No, I love it. I absolutely love it. I've missed loads. All the paperwork you get is in both languages too. Is it really? Oh, you live in Wales, don't you, Ruth? Yeah. See, twice the paper, you know? Think of the trees. In a country where everyone can, you couldn't make it up. Really think about it. You know, I don't think there's any other country in the world where that occurs. Not one. You know, I mean, you might, I suppose, on some major Chinese highways, you know, where it's giving you directions on what lane to come off to go to whatever city or town or whatever. There might be a translation. I don't know. I've not looked into it. As far as I'm aware, Wales is the only place that where every fucker speaks English, but they still insist on having twice the signage, you know, and letters written in Welsh and English. It's a waste of paper. It's a waste of ink. It's ridiculous. I do think it's lovely that the Welsh want to hold on to, you know, their traditions and stuff, but we're fucking paying for it. And your prescriptions. Oh dear. Anyway. But yeah, e-bikes, yeah. I'll look into these battery things that you can put on your bike and convert it into an e-bike. And I've got sockets in the garden as well, so I could put it under a tarp and charge it overnight in the garden. I wonder on an e-bike, I wonder if it exploded from the base down, would it be that powerful to launch you a couple of feet? You know, to do the fucking daddy of all wheelies. Oh dear, chatting shit. Yeah, I am. You're right there, Ruth. And again, I might go to the caravan midweek or something instead. There's just so much to do. There's so much to do. You know, I'm applying myself very thinly to try and get as much done as possible. There are easier ways of doing that. I always do things the hard way. It's my fucking default mode. Oh dear, oh dear. Yeah, A. Hammond. Yeah. So I mean, I've never actually been on an e-bike, but I have taken my girls out for a walk down there at night time, and I'll have my head torch on, and at least one of them will have an illuminated collar as well, and it's pitch black. It's silent, absolutely silent. Then all of a sudden you can hear this, you know, and like a bit of crackling. And I only just get the chance to get my girls out of the way of these fuckers because they floor it. They floor it on these footpaths and these cycle paths, you know, in the middle of the night. So my only experience of anyone on an e-bike, sort of like, you know, directly like that close, was then. And yeah, I know Survival Lily, she swears by having one. But my legs work perfectly fine, and I'll be getting exercise if I need to use my bike. Whenever you can use your body, use your body. And cycling's good for you. It is good for you. You know, I lost my license. This is a very long time ago. In my early days, my very early days of working for this big care provider. And yeah, I lost my license. I was silly, you know, middle of nowhere, absolutely middle of nowhere. Right, we went camping for my birthday, and we were the only tent in the campsite. That was it, the only tent, and it was a big one. And they gave us this little map of how to find our way through this bit of woodland to try and get to the nearest pub so we could go for a few drinks, you know, celebrate my birthday, and then stagger back through the woods like fucking Hansel and Gretel. And we got halfway through these woods, and all of these paths were sort of crisscrossing each other. I'm thinking, what the fuck? This isn't easy to follow. And I just said, should we go and get the car? She said, yeah. I said, well, I'll just have one. And one turned into three. And then on the way back to the campsite, There was a sting operation, not for me, for some guy that was stashing his drugs in that woodland. And along comes me, and I swerved to miss something on the road, mounted the verge, the engine cut out, but it was pitch black. It was in the middle of nowhere. No houses, no people, no nothing. So I wasn't a risk to anyone. I still don't condone it at all, and I've not done it since. But yeah, next thing I know, it was pitch black, and then this torch, middle of nowhere. This torch comes on in my rearview mirror, and it was just one of those what the fuck moments, because it's not what you expect. Next thing I know, I've got a tap on the window. I wound my window down. He leaned in, took my keys out of the car, breathalyzed me, nicked me. I spent that night in a cell, and Sal spent the entire night on her own. This is before we had dogs. On her own in a tent, in a campsite, massive campsite in the middle of nowhere. Quite a walk away from the actual, house that owns the land. In a tent, surrounded by a woodland, all on her own all night. But they did give me a lift back. Anyway, getting back onto subject, because they knew it was my birthday, because they knew who I was. I looked it up on the system. So they knew, so they knew it was my birthday, and they knew that I had a missus back at the campsite that's been there all night on her own, and I didn't breathe that head much over, not really. But anyway, I got a 20-month ban from driving, and that was whilst I was working for this particular care organisation. They have different schemes, if you like, and I worked within the community, working with people that were had relatively mild learning disabilities. It just needed a bit of extra help, So I was community based. It wasn't like getting to one location and then working your whole shift and then coming home again. I'd go from this person for an hour to that person for 2 hours, to this person for another hour, this one for 3 hours, and then my shift's done. And in a car, it was a doddle, because you've got to get from one house to the other with minimum travel time, right? So trying to do that on a bike, going from one town to another town with no travel allowance. 20 months of that in rain, hail, blizzards, gale force winds, stupid drivers, quite a few near misses. But I'll tell you what, by the end of it, I was fit as a fucking butcher's dog. So I think the conclusion to your e-bike suggestion is, you do you and I do me. I'm going to stick to having a normal push bike, a good old fashioned push bike, but just get some spare bits for it, a spare set of tires, 3-4 in the tubes. I've already got the tools for it. And you'll be good to go. And that another great thing about bikes is that you can have a 70, maybe even a 90-litre rucksack on your back, right? And you've adjusted it so it's gone up, right? And you've got enough stuff in there. Your sleeping bags, water, food, like proper fucking over the top bug out bag, right? And that's like, and you've got that set so it's right up your back. That bike is going to take so much. It's not going to take that weight off you, but it's going to even it out. So in no other normal circumstance could you move that quick, you know, without technology, without, you know, the electric, without the, you know, combustion engine, just leg power. Yeah, you know, it's a winner, and people are giving bikes away. If you look on Facebook Marketplace, you can buy a bike for 15 quid, you know. And if you know someone that knows what they're doing with bikes, just give it a bit of a clean up, and, you know, it's an excellent mode of transport. I've got you've got 4 battery. Let me go up a little bit because I feel like I've missed a bit of the chat, and I don't like to do that. Next week is going to be nice. Get everything charged up. Oh yeah. So I do need to get some batteries charged up and taken to the caravan, because one's given up the ghost, and, you know, they say one is none, 2 is 1. Well, I like to get more than that, you know. Hey, butterfly charge. Oh, I like that. Yeah, I've not really looked up much today, you know, and ordinarily I'm looking up all the time and just scowling at them, thinking, you know, do those pilots really truly realize what it is that they are doing? You know, do they really know what they're doing? And if they don't, why are they not questioning it? And I think that is quite likely as to why now it's coming out into the mainstream, because they just can't keep hiding that shit, you know. And then listening to people like us saying, yeah, these colds that you've had, these coughs that you've had, it's because of the spraying in the skies, you know. Just dropping little lines like that and then moving on. It all goes in. So I think more and more people are looking up, and then you've got people trying to look at the fact that they want to invest so much money into solar farms but dim the sun. So, you know, you don't have to be a fucking Einstein to know that doesn't make any sense, you know. All I can think of, I need to put another layer on. I don't know why, I'm just so cold, you know, freezing cold. And I know you shouldn't rush time away. And generally I don't. Because time's precious. You know, sometimes, you know, when you just can't get warm. Thanks, Rose, brother. Hey, mate, whatever you're saying, thank you to. You are very, very welcome. I'm hot as fire, baby. That's what we're like. I've got four battery, no fires, 2 years. You can strap more on a bike than your back, brother. You can, yeah. And my bike has got all of the attachments to take extra luggage already on there. I just need to sort the size out. That's it. The gears could do with being completely stripped down and cleaned and put back on again, but that's beyond my remit. But I do think it's something that's, you know, worth probably worth buying. You know, some sort of bicycle repair manual that's just dead easy to follow, with illustrations, nice pretty pictures. You know, like this. So if it's for a bike, you know, and you want to sort of problem solve your bike, you want to find out what it is that's wrong with it. It's not that difficult because you'll usually know. But there must be a book out there that's like that, but for bicycles, right? So you can look into it and it'll show you pictures and illustrations, because I think the combination between pictures and written information, printed information, is, you know, it's even more, it's an even more efficient way of learning. And I wonder if there's a book out there that's like a book like that. I want to write that down, because the more I'm talking about bikes off the back of you talking about e-bikes, the more determined I am to dig it out of the shed. And when I say dig it out, I mean this, you know, that shed's ended up just like most other people's sheds eventually. It just becomes an overflow dumping ground, you know. The only reason I know that there are 2 bikes in there is because I know there are 2 bikes in there, because it would have taken the average bike thief, I don't know, 2 days to get to those bikes. I'll remember about the bike thing. I do need to get them sorted out, because they are. I agree that with an e-bike, you know, you're going to get, but then you constantly with e-bikes. Are they like hybrid? You know, you are the petrol, and so when do they recharge when you pedal? Is what I'm saying. I don't know much about them. I've never looked into them because I've never been interested in them, you know. Hey up, Marie. You're right, lass. Enjoyed the bargain prep video earlier, but was surprised by the cost. Yeah, it was because of the vodka and those little that little pack of 10 shots, you know, of whatever that was, some fiery whiskey, and then that little vodka gift set, you know, that bumped the price up a little bit. But even then, I was surprised at how much that costed. You know, it's it's getting really difficult for a lot of us. But I would say over the last few weeks, 10 days maybe, I've been wanting to get more and more and more and more stuff in, and wanting to get it in quick. And the last time I felt like this, it was in 2019, and you know, like I said, that was my first ever prep bucket put together was from June 2019. So I feel like food's going to be a massive fucking problem, you know. So get stocked up to the hilts, you know. I wouldn't worry about investing in this right now, or investing in, as in, you know, on the stock market, or yeah, or turning it. I wouldn't, unless you can afford it, get some precious metals. But if you can't, you just remember you can't eat coins. You can't eat them, you know. You might get some sort of, I don't know, momentary benefit as those tiny particles of gold and silver go into your body, which your body's not, you know. It doesn't affect the human body. In fact, there is a blood type that is gold. People are usually one of three. You know, there are these rare variants, usually one of three. So you're a blood type that's heavier in iron, a blood type that's heavier in copper, and then you've got a very, very, very rare blood type that's main metal is gold. You know, mad, absolutely mad. So our bodies, we've been around gold for God knows. I think it's played a massive part in so much of our history. So yeah, if you can afford to get some precious metals, do it, especially silver, before it gets ridiculous. But my first and foremost will always be keep getting food in, especially ready-made meals. A lot of cans, when you pay for the cans at the checkout at supermarkets, they come up as ready meals, even though it's just, you know, a chili con carne in a tin. It will come up as a ready meal. So trying to just get meals, whether it's in a pouch or whether it's in, you know, a can, you know, it doesn't matter. They're still ready meals. They're there. They are ready to eat straight out of the can, straight out of the pouch. But I mean, Lana, she does canning, and I've seen loads of photos of the stuff that she's been canning, and she's just discovered that she can use certain other jars from curry or whatever, you know, some sort of cooking sauce or passata or something like that. And she's tried them out in her canning machine, and she's managing to recycle shit, you know, because canning cans are quite expensive now because they're in exceptional demand, you know. So Lana is able to can full meals, you know, and that makes them shelf stable. So I'm so tempted to go down that route, you know, I really am. I'll have a think about it. I just don't want to fuck up and end up taking half my face off. You know, there's a lot of pressure in those canning ovens. A lot. Glass houses and stones. Yeah, exactly, mate. Oh, I like that. I like the way you put that, Hammond. Batteries are mortal. Yes, you are. That's right. Yeah, spot on. Batteries can be wankers, I suppose. And heavy. They are heavy. Yeah. 30 miles an hour. That's what I'm saying. I've been out with my girls, and you know, it's not just the once. I think there's been a few times, and just whiz by. There's been no slowing down whatsoever. They are fucking fast, you know, to the point where I've just I've got very little time to try and get my two dogs out of the way. And you can't clothesline someone at that speed to take your arm off. But the temptation was there. So yeah, Air Hammond, if you're planning on coming to Long Eaton and riding it around down by the river and the canal at night time, be prepared to get a log in your face. Oh dear. Well, yeah, they are fast. They are fast. I'm ruining your women meat. Is that what you consider this to be? We've got a David Jelly. Look, hello, David. It's good to see you. And right, let me just write that down, brother, because again, you know, considering we've got people in our little tribe from all around the world, and considering how tiny it is, some of our little tribe live nearby me, you know, and so I've met Annie. Annie's the lady who gave me that T-shirt, and she got onto an auditor's video as well. That was entertaining. It was mad watching someone else do a live and seeing one of our little tribe in their live. You know, what a mad world we live in. So I'm hoping, David Gell, that and I hope the missus is doing okay, brother. I'm hoping that this is going to be, you know, illustrative as well, because we've all got different learning ways. Big blue. I'm telling you, you can't beat a push bike. A push bike and your legs. That's it. Just what God gave you. You just need to make them last. Why is this taking so long for me to write down? Book of bicycle repairs. Yeah, I've got a rough idea of what I'm doing, you know, but it's when, you know, I couldn't just separate all the cogs and clean every single component of a bike and strip it right down and then just reassemble it again. You know, I'd end up with a handful of nuts and bolts and washers, you know, and then not know where they came from, so never go on the bike again. Where are we? No, I don't think you're a troll there, Hammond. I think you're doing all right, chap. You're doing all right. All good. Yeah, thanks for that, David Joe. You know, so I know you and Hazel are both. You know, you like to read, and I can imagine that you've got a really, really, really interesting library. You know, on prepping, and you know, your missus is very, very intelligent woman, really, really lovely. So I got to meet David Gell and his wife. We had a little bit of a gathering, and they got to meet Annie as well, and there was another couple, and yeah, it was lovely. Considering, yeah, the odds, you know. And if I'd not met Annie, then I would have been stuck in the Peak District in floodwater, with one hell of a walk home if it wasn't for her, and a few other things. And then there was Paul that came on the march with me, and Lulu. So I met both of them that day, 2 other members of our little tribe, and we went on the Britain First March. And yeah, Paul's a really, really nice bloke, got his head screwed on. And we'll be seeing him again, because we've got, fuck me. I wonder if I was prolonging, waffling on then, just to try and make it so that my brain was vibrating so much that I couldn't hear her drinking. You can go faster than us in Wales then. Yeah, it's just, is that still a thing? Is that still a thing, Ruth? Are they still enforcing that? Because pretty much every time I've ever been done for speeding is pretty much Wales. They're so crafty, and again, just know this, everybody, please just know this: the police generally do not give a fuck about you, right? They are just revenue creating goons. That's what they are. The amount of money that they not that they do, but they kind of catch people in. Yeah, all that money just keeps going up and up and up and up. And the only people that are working hard and giving it some in life and really trying are the people that they're taking the money off. I'm telling you now, it's going to be a very, very, very interesting summer. Butterfly. Ruth, you bought a canning machine, a proper canning machine, and I reckon that must have been easily 6 months ago, probably more. Have you still not used it? Have you not tried it out? If I had a canning machine, I would be using it, and then I would be constantly contacting Lana for some tips and tricks, because she's nailed canning. Lana has nailed it. Again, I think it's just like anything else. It's just something you need to get used to. Practice makes perfect, and that applies to absolutely everything. I would never do stock market, but I do buy cans and packets. My family think I'm crackers, but I don't care. I have a nice selection, definitely more than 72-hour supply, like they reckon. Yeah, I don't. I'd be very surprised if any one of you 17 people, I would be very surprised if you didn't have at least 3 months worth of food at an absolute minimum. Very surprised. But I can guarantee your neighbours haven't. So when someone asked me in the last live stream, is there anything else that you can sort of recommend that we might not have thought about? And I think to be honest with you, the two main priorities now. No, it's probably four. So one is try to get fit. Do something. Try and get fit. Just at least do something for your cardiovascular, right? Number two is maybe learn to fight, because defense is important, and you're going to have there's going to be a lot of people. We're already seeing the cracks in society now. We're seeing quite poor mental health everywhere we look, unusual sights, people, just, and then the violence, people are a bit more snappy. Hopefully as we move into the warmer days and the warmer, everyone feels better, everyone feels happier. But I do think something they're going to pull something this summer, especially in London, because the Met. I don't know if any of you guys knew this, but the Met have built like a Coronation Street set where they train police in real life streets, and training riot police. Hello, Linz. How you doing, love? If you get around, Ruth, to doing a demonstration of that and just name in the video what it is, as in the actual model of the machine that you're using, because I think Lana uses something different. Again, Canon, I've got I've got absolutely no expertise whatsoever with Canon. I know fuck all about it, but I know Lana is very, very seasoned with Canon. In fact, she out of everyone I know, out of everyone that we kind of bump into in the live streams and stuff, as far as I'm aware, I think she's the only one that's Canon. The only one. We're all doing our own little kind of ways of coming up with long-term storage and, things like that. But Canon could be very, 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 very cost effective. And exactly what's going in those cans, because you're preparing those meals. You're cooking up food. It's not being done in a factory, where someone's picking the nose or they've had a really shit day, so they do spitting. You just don't know. I'm getting a bit carried away now, but you get the idea. It's nice to know where the food that you're eating is coming from. I'm starting to warm up a little bit now. I don't know what that was all about. When you start to really tense up because you're so cold. Hello, Marie. And Soul Mister is in the house. Oh, it's lovely to see you all. I'm being nosy. Why you got coat on, Terry? Yeah. Do you know what, Soul Mister? The truth. For about 6, maybe 7 years or so, quite randomly, I get cold. I feel cold, right? But it's not a normal cold, and with varying degrees of intensity. I have some bizarre form of like a seizure where I can't get. So imagine that you're on the first section of hypothermia, right? And that's where your arms are kind of shaking. Oh man, you shouldn't. It's probably not good to disclose too much information about yourself, to the world. But not a single doctor has been able to kind of, and any research that I've done to look into it, I can't find anything. And GPs can't give me an answer either. But when I went off screen and everything went quiet for a little while, that was what was happening, So I had to fucking compose myself when I sat back down and try and remember where I pick up where I left off. We've all got our little quirks and our little ailments and stuff. And I think that there are just certain lifestyle choices that I need to maybe change a bit more, tweak a little bit here and there, because they have reduced over time. And I'm completely lucid, totally lucid, just like feeling like hypothermia is about to kick in. Now, hypothermia, once you've gotten over the initial kind of, like really, really violently shaking, you then go through a hot stage where you're just too hot. So you start taking all your clothes off in sub temperature conditions, and then you become lethargic, and then you generally just lie down and just go to sleep and just never wake up again and be perfectly preserved. If it's somewhere like freezing cold, God, that went dark. Sorry about that. And Sal Misra, are you? I noticed that you've kind of done the big arm thing there. I'm assuming because I went for you last week with the old scrubbing of the old snatch thing. Oh, it was fucking hilarious. I watched that back, and I was, that was me talking, and I was crying. It was so funny. I thought it was anyway. It's sometimes it's not always a bad thing to have people finding a little bit of happiness. A lot of people have being happy off the back of one person, not necessarily me, someone else being the butt of the joke, but it's it's always friendly, never sincere, So whereabouts would you say my beard falls into then? Biker? I'm just thinking bird nesting site, me. In fact, what the fuck? Oh my God, I can guarantee that not one of you earlier on today was thinking, do you know what I might see tonight? A bird in a beard. I'm all about the one-offs. I love one-offs. Love them. Absolutely love them. You're disabled lead. In that I can't fit and I can't get fit and can't fight. Well, Samistra, I'm telling you now, I guarantee that there is always something you can do. Always. You just need to know your limits. And on top of that, in a situation like that, just make sure you just make sure that if you can afford it, to get top notch locks on your doors and stuff like that, and then just have something laying around in every single room so you can lay your hands on stuff. You know, I was thinking of doing like some tutorial kind of shorts. Yeah, I'm no Bruce Lee, you know. Just really easy to remember maneuvers that you can use that will buy you some time, you know, to take the immediate threat away, albeit, you know, permanently or temporary, you know, but just to increase your chances. So yeah, you know, I know some people, but then honestly, it doesn't matter if you've got a disability. If you're in a wheelchair, there's still something you can do. You know, I'll never go back on that. There's always something you can do, and if you do it, you're only going to benefit from it, because your body, especially when you get past a certain age, you know, if you don't use it, you lose it. You know, and it takes quite a while to get it back again. You know, by then you're thinking, oh fuck it, I can't be arsed. You know, whereas you keep fit, if you exert yourself as much as you possibly can. Know your limits. Push yourself as much as you possibly can. Right. The endorphins that you get off that are, you know, if someone could bottle that up, right, so you could buy it, I'd be on that every Friday and Saturday night, you know, bottle after bottle after bottle. Those endorphins are lovely and addictive. So what I'm saying is, the more that you do it, the more exercise you do, the more you push yourself, the more you exert yourself, the more you sweat, the more endorphins you get. It's an Instant Pot Pro Plus. It's had the potential there for Lana. What are your views on an Instant Pot Pro Plus? I don't know why I had to break that down into like fucking little syllables, because I get caught out by these tongue twisters, you know. So I know that a lot of our lot is kind of around my age-ish, you know. So everyone knows who Ken Dodd is, right? So when we were kids, it was quite possible that Ken Dodd's dad was alive, right? So I came up with a tongue twister, and it's Ken Dodd's dad's dogs died, right? Ken Dodd's dad's dogs died. Try it. Instant Pot Pro Plus. And to those of you who are actually trying Ken Dodd's dad's dogs died, I can imagine you're having a little bit of a chuckle to yourself and struggling, because it sounds a lot easier than it does. Instant. It's taking me ages to write stuff down. It's one of them days. It's just non-stop today. But I like days like that. You feel like you've gotten stuff done, you know? Even though there's just so much more to do. Pro Plus. Yeah. Canning. I think the main reason, probably the only reason why I've never done canning, and that's because I thought about the finite and the expense of the cans, and thinking I could buy a tin of beans, or a tin of beans and sausage, or whatever, something in a can, right? I could buy that, which works out cheaper than buying one can to then get buy the food to put it in that can, and then use the electricity to can it, the pressure, you know? And that's what's put me off. But now that I know Lana can use shop bought jars, certain ones, then I can recycle shit as I'm working my way through my preps, you know, as I'm rotating stuff. Loads of jars. I've got so many fucking jars. I mean, I was just throwing the small ones, the little ones away. But even them, no, I've started collecting them up and putting either vodka in, well, usually vodka, because that's all I drink at a weekend now. But putting vodka in there and into these little jars and just putting them in the loft. And even when I've had a really, really fucking shit day, you know, I'm thinking I could do with just something just to take the edge off. I know that it's up there. I know it's all up in my loft. It's all there, you know, but I won't touch it. I won't touch it because it's going to come in very, very useful further down the line, you know. It's been known throughout history that if you're really on edge, if you're really, really stressed, if you have, you know, a shot of something, it can just take the edge off. Do you know what I mean? So stocking up on stuff like that, especially that 10 for 10 quid fiery whiskey thing, 10 for 10 quid. Each one of them is £1, you know? I am very tempted to go back and get a load more of them. But I've bought e-cigs, cheap ones, not expensive ones, plenty of e-liquids with nicotine in them. Again, just to make sure that people around me aren't stressed out. You know, the calmer I can get anyone that's around me that's kind of moving forward and making plans, I need them to be comfortable, you know, and relaxed, and will be a lot more efficient and proficient. Total common sense. I've missed a few. I do apologise. Oh, sorry, Sal Mishra. I have fibro and ME and get cold when I'm in pain. My temperature doesn't regulate. Yeah, Sal Mishra, mine's very similar, because I could be sat in a room where people are, it doesn't happen, you know, when it's warm, when it gets past a certain temperature, it doesn't happen. It never happens during summer. Never, you know. But during the winter, they just come on. This is definitely not what you've got. Yours is something way different. And now I feel bad about the whole scrubbing to get clean thing, you know, but I think, bearing in mind you've been with the channel for so long, you'll know my sense of humor now, you know. You'll know, you know, it's never malicious, just having a crack. Oh dear. My body thermostat is broken 8 times out of 10. I'm Baltic. Yeah, I think a lot of chicks, though, to be fair, you know, statistically, women tend to be more nesh than men, you know. Or you moan about it more. I've done videos on it, Lana. Oh, have you? Are they on Facebook? Not on here then. I'm in a Facebook group, and for preserving, you see, Facebook's still got its uses. It's still got its uses, you know. Marketplace especially, because you could. I'm not sure, but I'm fairly certain that people could sell air rifles on there. Just saying, they are legal. But if you go to a proper outlet where they sell air rifles and air pistols and airsoft stuff, you've got to fill out so much information, you know, so it ends up being registered to you. Whereas if you ring around, say within a 10, 20, 30 mile, if you've got a car, 30 plus miles, if you know, it would be worth it just to get an air rifle that is not registered to you. They don't need to be registered to you. It's not a lawful requirement. But it's kind of put down on these companies that sell them. They just come down on them heavy-handed. And I don't think any of them's really they've just gone along with it, not realizing they're not actually breaking any laws by just selling as an air rifle, because they are legal. They don't need all your details. So if you're going to get one, which I recommend that you do if you can, I would look at how far a radius you're prepared to travel, and then contact every single pawn shop, PAWN, you know, to see if you can see if any of them are selling air rifles, you know. And all they'll do is, you know, a visual check to make sure you're over 18, which, you know, I think most of us are, if not all of us. And yeah, but you go to a marketplace seller. That's it. You know, you agree on the price, you walk away with an air rifle. So one of the sad things about what's happening right now is they are just squeezing more and more and more and more, right? They're bringing people down more and more and more and more financially. So there'll be a lot of normies out there, a lot of proper normies that haven't thought ahead, that aren't thinking ahead, and they just thought, well, what, you know, Frank, what you got to sell? We need to pay the bills for next week. Why don't we sell your one of your wigs? I like my wigs. They're useful. What have you got to sell? What about that air rifle you've not used for 17 years? Oh, I like that. I like it. Well, you don't use it. We're selling it, and they'll still put it on. They'll put it on Facebook. You know, you go down, you buy yourself an air rifle. If it hasn't got sights, get some sights, get some practice in. You know, my garden's like a rifle range. But home security is very important, you know. I can't remember who said it, but there is the saying, he who controls the food controls the people. Well, you have to be in control of your food, you know. if people are struggling to get hold of it and they know you've got it, this is why it's just so important to be, you know, really discreet about it. You know, keep trying to wake people up, and maybe drop a few hints here and there, just to say you should stock up on food because there are going to be food shortages. But try and find a good source that you can send to them first. And say, look, if you don't believe me, have a look. They probably won't look, but the fact that you've sent them a link that proves it, whether they read it or not, is irrelevant. The fact that you've sent it to them, they'll be thinking it must be real. I'm not reading it because they can't be asked. Because that, just like, you know, the vast majority of the population have got an attention span of around 3 minutes. Yeah. I need a filter tip. Where are we? Yeah, so Facebook, and then ring a big, massive, whatever distance you're prepared to drive to, and just ring around and just say, have you got any air rifles in? You know, there was an air rifle for sale at we've got two. One's called xXx, CEX, and the other one's it's another well-known one, something monkey, cash monkey. Yeah, and I went in there one day, and I bought a bow from there. It's not pink. It's a different shade. But my recurve bow, I bought that in there, and I went in there about, I don't know, 3-4 weeks ago, and there was an air rifle up there for sale. I think he was overcharging for it, if I'm honest, but for someone that doesn't know what they're looking for. But then, as long as it works, you know, and you can haggle with these people. But yeah, they had an air rifle in that pawn shop. You know, so pawn shop and market, you know, Facebook Marketplace, just so that you can then own a rifle, right? A legal one. Without anyone knowing you've got it. You know? Again, the importance of cash. We can buy whatever we want. It's got nothing to do with anybody else, you know? But yeah, it's just data. They want to know what you're spending it, where you're spending it, what you're spending it on, why you're spending it on that. Yeah, there is part of me that's looking forward to being outside of the CBDC system, because I think I can do it. Because I thought ahead, you know, and I thought outside the box. But it's the war on the streets. That's going to be challenging. That's going to be very, very, very challenging, because it's going to get tribal. I think there's going to be a massive clash between different groups of people, going against the Pakistani element of Islam, because people are just, where does it go? you've got to admit, you know, it goes on forever. It drives me fucking crazy, and it's frequent. Oh my god! My god! Oh my god! I forgot what I was talking about now, but yeah, if you can afford to get an air rifle, you know, this is what I said last week. I think it's time to really start knuckling down on your defence. You know, the defence of your home, and just remember to, you know, play the victim card. You know, again, this is way off. Maybe we just don't know. We just don't know, but we do know that there are going to be food shortages. We do know that, you know, and I've been saying that every year for about 5 years, you know, but I think maybe I was just a bit premature. And no woman likes a premature bloke. Oh, that's where they coined the phrase. Is that it? Let's see, have a quirks. Yeah, I love our little quirks. You know, everyone should have quirks. It's what makes us unique. You know, because there are ours. They're our quirks. A bird in a bush is worth two in the hand, is it? Something like that. I love those old sayings. I love them. You know, that's what I mean. I love my country. I love my language. I love my people. I love our ways. I love our traditions. We get 4 seasons, and we're from warrior DNA, and our language is beautiful. We've got the most beautiful language, you know, and I don't want to lose that, and I won't, you know. Not in my lifetime. Like I said, if anyone doesn't like it here, you know, just fuck off. I love you. I like your pack. Yeah, Lynn's self-defense is important. Even if you just know a few things, if you look at the most, you see, it might be quite difficult for me to demonstrate anything like that in the garden, because you'd need to. I suppose I could turn it on myself. No, it won't work. But there are loads of videos on Facebook, you know, shorts, and you can practice them on your other half. You know, just be gentle. Just slow them down. Unless, you know, either one of you's got a decent pain threshold, then fucking go for it. You know, but there is so much you can do. You know, I know I might come across to you as 7'9", but I'm not. I'm 5'8". You know, I was 5'9". But I'm just over 5'8" now, right? Which isn't particularly tall. Now, one of the worst, and just remember that most people aren't trained to fight. So if you learn to do a bit of fighting, training to do proper fighting, then you're automatically going to have better skills than the average person, you know. So I'm 5'8", and in between going to train, I'd have a look at, you know, little videos and little tutorials and stuff like that, and then type in certain stuff in, and then looking at demonstrations and then trying to work out if I can take that back to the club and show them, you know, because they're sticking to what they're told by Sean, the guy who owns all 4 clubs. You know, he says, right, you need to teach them this. You know, it's all about money. You know, it was never about the art with him. And I don't think he was tuned into reality really, because a lot of the self-defense that I was taught, I'd say about a third of them, that it's not it wouldn't be normal for someone to come at you in that specific way. It's not normal, you know. So I'd rather learn self-defense on dealing with certain anyway, right? So I saw this tutorial because one of the worst things that can happen to you is for someone to get you into a chokehold, right? So if someone gets you in a chokehold from behind and then they take you to the ground, you've got to do everything you can to get out of that, everything. Whilst move your head to one side, so you're trying to, and if that side doesn't work, just squeeze your chin in, so you've got that side, and then just send the back of your heels right down their shin onto their foot as hard as you possibly can, you know, or spin around with an elbow to the head, you know, because if they get you down and you're in a chokehold or you're on the ground, you've got to act fast, right? So they only skipped along that sort of self-defense, which miffed me, you know. This woman and this bloke, they're both black belts, you know. They should know how, you know, when you're teaching self-defense, we should know how to get out of a chokehold, you know. And so I ended up doing their job for them, not thinking it was going to work. 5'8", Dan, 6'6", and 16 stone. And I told him to get me into a chokehold, and I said, don't fuck about, because you know, if you're tip tappy and really, really careful when you're training with people and stuff like that, right? They're not experiencing any realism, and neither are you. You know, it's like learning to fire with a bow, fire with a crossbow, fire with an air rifle, stuff like that. You're generally practicing in peaceful, calm conditions. You're trying to get people in a row, all lined up and all cocking at a separate time, and then the other one's standing up, ready to fire, while someone else is cocking, ready to fire, and they're just doing that like Zulu Dawn, you know. They would then be having to do that, which they could do fine in your garden when the birds are singing, but in real life, doing it under pressure, it's good for you, you know. So yeah, so I launched a 6'6" bloke straight over my head, and then I got Tracy, who's, I think she's about 5'1", 5'2". I got her to demonstrate how she could take me over. You know, you can't fail. So the average height of a woman, the average height of one of the ladies here, probably 5'5", 5'6", right? An average. Some will be 5'4". You know, I'm just trying to give an average. Say 5'5". If you're 5'5", you can send a man of 6 foot straight over your head. If he's got you round the neck, like that. So it'll be, I'm trying to think about it the other way around. So one arm goes across and the other one pushes the head down onto the arm. And all you do is you just grab hold of the arms and you kind of lean forward and flick your arse out at the same time and help them over. Now, some people would think, but he's going to take your fucking head off. No, when people are flying through the air, it's an automatic response to let go of whatever it was you had hold of, right? To use your hands to brace your fall. So they let go straight away. As soon as they're in the air, they let go. But I mean, that's just that sounds, you know, difficult to do with someone that's way taller than you. If you've never done anything like that before in your life, well, it came completely naturally to me, and I'd not been practicing on anyone, you know. You'd be amazed at what you're capable of doing, and you're all going to be tested. You are. Where are we? I've been fucking waffling on. I'm glad that you're getting yourself techie sorted out, Ruth. It's a bastard when you've got no way to get online properly, you know. I know you've got a wicked sense of humour, Sal Mishra. I've seen it. Sage Ria in the house. Hi from Maria L. Maria L. Watching you on TV, hence there's no talking to you on TV. Sorry, I can't comment. It's all right. Me on the phone, being a good listen too. Bedtime for me, night. Oh well, good night, Sage Ria and your brother Dyer. I'm sorry, I couldn't resist that. Dad jokes. Sweet dreams. I agree, Ruth. It is getting tribal now, and I think it's going to be a race war, you know. And so what we're seeing at the moment is we're seeing soldiers and police officers leaving in their droves, right? So the police, you know how I feel about them. You know, I know that there are some good cops out there, but when you look at who they work for, the fact that they're a corporation, the fact that I don't like being told what to do, you know, the fact that I don't like egos. No, the list goes on and on and on. I've always said that we can police ourselves. We can. We just need to get organised. It's as simple as that. So we're having experienced police officers leaving early now and quitting, and some youngish ones leaving now and quitting because not because of them kind of fearing being called racist or anything like that, or because they've spotted two-tier policing and they think that it's kind of, you know, out of order, and I can't work for somewhere that's doing this. It should be, this is what I was told policing was going to be like, and all that. It's got nothing to do with any of that. It's got everything to do with it, with a generation of absolute pussies. You know, they're either pussies or they're egotistical. You know, there's a rare exception here and there. That's it. So what use? I think the veteran police officers may be of use to society to some degree. But I think our retiring soldiers, they're going to be proper fucking assets because they are professionals. Some better than others, you know. A lot of them will have never have seen any combat of significance, and some of them will have, you know. But what all of them will have is training. Now, what separates England, Wales and Scotland away from Northern Ireland, where the Protestants and the Catholics are coming together and uniting, is that they've got experience of paramilitary. They've got paramilitary experience. They've been living that like that for nearly 70 years, you know. So there are lots of generations that remember what it was like. And they were able to still operate in the streets, sneaking around and stuff around the British soldiers. And yeah. So, yeah, it's they've got that sort of experience. Like being soldiers, but not. So we've not been in that sort of situation, and since well, maybe some significant riots that have gone on over the years, with the coal miners, and then yeah, there's not that many examples really. Poll tax, that was one. You know, the whole country rose up, and yeah, there's been a few times, and then last summer, and they're not going to be able to keep covering up these stabbings and these rapes. They're not going to be able to keep doing it, you know, because it's sneaking out, because people, every single person's got a phone, you know. So until they lock you out, then you are literally a citizen journalist. So if you see bad shit happening, you can film it, and you know, preferably, if it's safe to do so, try and solve the situation. But yeah, getting back to soldiers that are leaving in their droves, right? Because a lot of them are thinking, hold on a minute. I know from some of my pals that they call themselves a wake or something. This would be one soldier that's not quite there yet, and he's told me how many Ukrainians have been dragged off the streets, sent to the front line, and just been slaughtered and mowed down. And Russia's a superpower with hypersonic missiles and an ex-KGB agent that leads the country. Well, you read the list off, you know. They'll be thinking, I don't mind. I want to fight for my country, but I'm not going to go and fight something shit that's got nothing to do with me and risk my life. You know. So they're thinking, fuck it, I'll come out, I'll leave. You know, not everyone. I think it's sort of contractual to a certain time. After a certain time, it becomes contractual after a certain time. So that would lead loads and loads of ex-soldiers joining our ranks that have got military training, so that we can be as efficient and as proficient as the people of Northern Ireland were back in the 70s, 80s in particular. So, you know, I'm just trying to, there are silver linings everywhere. So if these people are, you know, they're trained, and if you learn to train a little bit, even if it's just finding 1 hour a day and breaking that hour up into 3 20-minute sections and just going for it until you sweat, you know, just 3 times a day. And I'm telling you, within a week, you'll feel it. You will. And just push yourself a little bit further and a little bit further and a little bit further. You know, I don't understand why everyone isn't doing that, unless you are obviously, you know, none of us are Usain Bolts, you know, none of us are, you know, gold medalist Olympians, but there is a lot we can do. There's a lot we can do, and learning to fight is definitely one of them, because you keep him fit, which is good for your mental health. It's building up your confidence and your stamina, and your your confidence. You know, so you kind of, it's a win-win-win-win-win. It doesn't make any sense not to do that, not to push yourself as much as you possibly can. Oh, good night, Marie. Well, good night, Ruth. I fell well behind. I do apologise. It's 12:15. I'm so sorry it was so late. You know, if you'd have been a fly on the wall, you'd have got it. You know, I said between 8 and 9. There was no way I was going to achieve that, because I've got to take the girls out twice a day. You know, that's something that I am utterly committed to. Corey lad, I don't recognise your username there, brother. So I don't know if you've been with us for a while, or you've just kind of popped in. Good to meet you, mate. That's why everyone around the world speaks English. Everyone wants to speak English. Yeah, it's a beautiful, beautiful language. I don't think it's a particularly easy one to read, or learn or write. You know, because it's just so conflicting. You've got two, and yeah. I mean, even to the Italians, you know, they put, like, if you were to order a glass of red wine, uno vino rossi per favore, right? So you've gone, can I have a glass of wine red, please? In Italian, we do it the other way around. Who's got it right? Who hasn't? Jerky as well now. Right, I don't know what this square is. Let me just see if I can tap off. I want to bring that up. Yeah, it's gone. It's gone. Let me just go for a top up, guys, and I'll be right back. Yeah, it's not for many years, I don't think, since I've seen so many new housing estates all being built at the same time. You know, they're all in the middle of construction, and then with planning for new ones to go ahead. A lot of them in the green belt, you know. And I still can't help but think that they're going to be some sort of barracks, you know. And so send our lads and lasses into the meat grinder, and then utilize the fighting age men. They've been called that from the start, you know. Who came up with that? It just gets inserted. It gets inserted, and it goes around. So, yeah, fighting age men, you know, on Hummers with rifles and martial law. But it would be absolutely impossible for that to be a success in the end, you know. It doesn't matter what they do. It doesn't matter what they throw at us. This is good. This is a turning point. This is a turning point. This is the start of real change, a rebirth of society, a complete and total rebirth, you know. But in order to get a rebirth, you've got to, the old world needs to be destroyed, you know. They're far from done with us, you know. Stopping spraying in one fucking state out of 50. So it says, okay, everybody, we're on it. You know, what a load of bollocks. What an absolute load of bollocks. I've warmed up a nice little bit now. You know, it's weird. It's weird. Like I said, during the summer, never happens. Never happens. It's mad. Yeah, you know, going back to Sal Mishra's message there, I'm glad that you never offended, because it's never meant that way. Ruth, I think Ruth's gone to bed now, but she's just mentioned it's getting tribal now between India and Pakistan over here too, right? So if what you've got to remember is that a lot of these people have got lots and lots of family still living in India and still living in Pakistan, you know, lots of family, because they like to breed, you know, they do, which is something the British have slowed right down on doing, which is a shame, you know. You should all be going at it like rabbits. And then, you know, but then I know it's a big deal to bring a child into the world, but they don't give a fuck about that, you know. Or maybe it should just be something that's put on the back burner until we've got to the other side of this, and then repopulate the country again, you know, and hope there's not been enough biological damage done by then in order for that to happen. But yeah, so a lot of Indian people, a lot of Sikhs, a lot of Hindus have got loads and loads of family in India, and then you've got a lot of the other ones that have got a lot of family in Pakistan. So if Pakistan, and because it's happened before, was it over cricket or something like that? I can't remember now because they both love the cricket, India and Pakistan. They love it, you know. That's we left them with that. Because we colonized India before India was kind of had a section annexed off for Pakistan for them, you know. So this has happened before, but nothing like this, not on this scale, you know. So I mean, the Hindus, again, there's a warrior element, and you've got to remember that, you know, they're just blokes and just women, you know. Everyone's got a tipping point, you know. And I think if you, because a lot of people in Birmingham and Bradfordstan, places like that, these places in northern England, they're watching the news and they're looking at the outcomes of people that they either know or they know someone who knows someone that's been in a grooming gang, you know, because the communities are so tight. And I did post something, by the way, in the post section, just to give you I know most of you, you know, have a really, really broad kind of view on it all already. And I thought I did. And then I watched that video and it just kind of, it gave me another angle to it, you know. And I like this guy. He's the way he put it across. There was good chemistry. It's in the post section, but that will lead you to my X account as well, so you could click on follow if you wanted to. If you want, because I post stuff on there that I don't always post on YouTube, because it's either not going to be, it's either not seen because it's been on there for a week and there's not one single like. And you know me, I'm not after any likes. It's just that I've got no way of knowing if anybody's actually seeing anything in the post section. I've got no statistics. They're on X amount of views or X amount of likes or not the likes, but it doesn't tell you how many people have viewed it. Now, there's usually at least one person that's going to click, you know, like on something that I send. There's going to be at least one person, you know. So for these things to be important information and be on and be posted on the channel in the post section for a week, you know, not get one single like or a comment, you know, because statistically there would be someone out there that would have agreed with that video, you know. So I know that that's just another form of shadow banning. You know, I've had that on Facebook for 5-6 years, something like that. So that's why I sometimes ask if anyone can see certain posts and stuff in the post section. You know, I tried to put stuff in a short, because shorts do get a few more views. And again, I'm not after the views. I really need to be sharing this information to people, you know, because we need to have if we can have a really decent grasp, right, on what it is exactly that's going on all around us by putting all of those pieces together, all of those pieces of the puzzle together, and coming up with a picture, you know. And it's usually accurate because we're thinkers, you know, and conspiracy theorists, which is a badge of honor, you know. We're nearly always right. there are a lot of solutions. You know, we are going to see tribalism return back, which is not a bad thing. You know, it'll be a bad thing to start off with, because it's tribalism under socialism, which doesn't work. You know, one sort of cancels the other one out. It's the socialist government that we need to get rid of, and I just think it's a shame that I don't think that many people are prepping, and I think it's probably more than we think. But like I've always said, you know, it's something you need to be really discreet about. I mean, obviously, you know, if you've got a missus and kids, you know, and your kids like, Dad, we don't need any more rice, Dad, because we've got like a full jar already in the kitchen. Or if you've got a missus that's not quite or anywhere near as awake and aware as you are, and you don't know what she's saying at work, oh, he's been stockpiling food like there's no tomorrow. It's up to the hilts. We've probably got enough to last us for about 3 years. And they're like, oh, really? That's gone in. You know, they can't get any food. They can't find any food anywhere because the fucking stores are empty, and they've got no idea how to forage. They've got no idea to grow food. They can barely boil an egg. Guess where they're coming? And that's another point that I wanted to make as well. So I've got two siblings that know I've got this class, that got this channel, just two. And I need them to know that when the shit hits the fan, I'll be there for them, but I'm not prepping for you. You know that I've been doing this for years now, you know, and you've been watching, you know, my brother in particular, he's been watching, been getting involved in the live streams. So you know why I'm doing what I'm doing. So you should be doing the same, because you're not my responsibility. If you were 10 to maybe 17 years old, I would obviously have to take you in under my wing and make sure you were all right and you were fed, you know. But you're grown ass adults, you know. And I know for a fact that both my sister and my brother have got a much higher disposable income than I have. So all I'm saying is, if you're watching, either of you, if you're watching this on a replay, I'm just being honest. You know, you need to start fucking stocking up, because I won't have anyone parasiting off me, you know. You've had all this, you've known all this time what I do. I'm very pro people being completely and totally responsible for themselves, you know, in every single aspect of their lives. Every single choice they make, once they get past a certain age, you know, because you are stupid for a while, you know, up until the age of 7, you're just an autopilot, just absorbing information and developing motor neuron skills, you know, and learning to read people. But, you know, it's just, yeah. People are responsible for themselves. Every single decision that they make is their decision, you know. And if they knew that you were preparing and they thought you were mad, off your head, something wrong with you, to me, any family member that I've got or had like that is no longer in my life. But that's just me. Because, you know, I am pro trying to pull the family unit together, because together you are strong. You really are. And they don't want that. But it's a different situation for me, you know. But yeah, if I've been, you know, if I've got relatives or friends, I know friends that are, you know, watch, you know, just start stocking up. Don't be looking at me coming knocking on my door. You know, I'll be there to help you out as far as, you know, if you've got a bit of a problem, you need an extra man there, you know, I'm there, I'm good for it. But you should be prepping. You should be prepping. You know, I hope no one's relying on me, because I need to be, when the time comes, completely and totally very, very, very selective as to who I have living in this house and sharing my preps with, you know. I think it's a conversation everyone needs to have with yourself, you know, because I'm sure there are people out there that I've not intentionally decided, right, I'm going to put a t-shirt on saying I'm a prepper, right, and then have a tattoo across my head, I prep, walking around in camo all the time. Well, I do, yeah. And then telling every single neighbor, every single friend, every single relative, you know, you need to be creative and try and find your way back out of that, so that you're in complete and total control, because you created that. Your effort, your time, your blood, sweat, tears, and cash, you did, you know. And most of you will have told these people, I think you should maybe consider putting a bit of extra food aside, you know. So those are the people. I think my tolerance for people is quite low at the moment, you know, but that'll pick up in the summer. It'll pick up for everything. Where are we? Well, Corey lad, bollocks kicking. The technical term is a groin strike, and they are extremely efficient. But again, it's practice. You've got to practice, you know. Why hit someone with 30% or 40%, you know, when you can literally, you know, yeah, they're on the floor. But most women know that, you know. But I think most women that have, again, fight, flight, freeze. There aren't that many flyers or freezers here, you know. So it's about kind of buying yourself time and not panicking. And if you're a woman, just being as noisy as you fucking can, you know, because people like me, if I heard a woman that was in distress shouting help, I would run to her. I would. And I know my brother would as well. In fact, I know a few people that would, you know, and then just assess what it is and just get stuck in because it's just the right thing to do. And we're going to see a lot of that over the summer. A hell of a lot. You see, you've got these pedo hunters, right? And they're all over the world now. Well, all over the West. I don't know if they're. I don't think they've got any pedo hunters in Pakistan because they'd just be inundated, you know. And they've been catching a lot of people and then uploading onto their channels. You know, their various channels. And some fall under, you've got like an American version as well, you know, an Australian version. There's right the way across all the Five Eyes. I'm sure there are French versions and German versions as well. I don't know. But the vast majority of the people that they're catching now don't speak very good English, you know, and they've been trying to coerce, decoy 12-year-old girls. Now, does anyone remember? It was a documentary that was on Netflix a while back, and it was about this Christian cult. Because you've got your Christians, and then you've got your Christians, you know, and then you've got people that aren't even Christians at all. They just want to sin every day, do something fucking horrible every day, and then go to church on a Sunday just so that they can have, you know, some sort of so they can redeem themselves. You know, if religion works like that, then yeah. But there are plenty of good men out there that do have a good moral standpoint and an instinct to protect a woman, you know, because we are stronger than women, you know, we are more powerful than women physically. So, you know, you've got to get in there to even it up. You know, even if she's started it. But then I was watching Salty Cracker again. I was watching Salty Cracker, and he's shown videos of women that have just been smashing the fuck out of a bloke, right? And after about the 10th or the 11th strike to his head, he's just slapped her, and then in all the comments it'll be like, you should never hit a girl, never hit a girl, never hit a girl. He tolerated 10, 11 punches from her. So no one should be hitting anyone, really. But if a woman is getting knocked about and she's screaming, and if she's screaming nowadays, I'm automatically going to be assuming that one of our colonial friends has met up with her in a park and wants to do more than walk. So, you know, we've got to look after our women and we've got to look after our kids. They're our main priority, you know. And as a byproduct of that, you'll also be taking care of your country, you know. Have a look at that post that I put in the post section, and just please just listen to it, because it, again, the more angles we've got on what's happening, and the more angles we've got on the culture from mainly from one specific country that rhymes with Pakistan. Yeah, you know, I'm just going to jump to that conclusion. And yeah, so anyway, on Netflix there was this program about this Christian cult, right? And everyone sort of like, you know, kind of went for it, the selling of it, and you know, the community side of it all and that. But the leader of it was a right dirty bastard, you know. And if you performed certain duties as a man, and you pushed this religion forward and got more and more people to join, the more you did that, the more wives you could have. You know, and it got to the point where there was child abuse going on in there and all sorts, you know. And there was a woman there was one particular woman that was interviewed, and she was asked about the fact that, you know, there were girls as young as 12, 13 that were going in to see the leader of this fucking cult, right? And she was still so utterly brainwashed that her answer was, well, at 12 you come of age, you start to become a woman, you know. And you've got to bear in mind that the culture that a lot of these people are from, that's fair game. And then they look at white girls as nothing, absolutely nothing, infidels. You know, even within Islam, you know, there were in certain part, I can't remember what country now. You're going to have to look this up, right? But I do know it to be true. But it's just my memories, I can't remember, right? So if one village had a massive problem with the other village, and someone did something dead bad or whatever, one way that they could get back was by gang raping the daughter. You know, so this sort of what's happening in places like Rotherham and Sheffield and London and Birmingham and Bradford and all these places with these young working class girls is it's almost ritualistic, you know, because it pretty much says in the Quran, you know, that it's fine to do it. And then back home in Pakistan, it's normal, you know. So we can't allow that to be we can't allow that to be dictated to us in a country that's based on Christian values. It's oil and water. It always has been, it always will be, and it's as simple as that. We can't allow it to happen. And it looks like they might be creating a bridge that leads onto that kind of like naturey, nice little stretch of the river and the canals, you know, all the greenery and stuff. You know, it's a nice little walk out there. You can, when you go on what I call third path in the middle of summer, you could, as long as they're not making too much noise where the HS2 is going to be built, not going to be built, going to be built, not going to be built, it still costs you billions. Where's that money gone? If there's no noise coming from that, you could be in the middle of the Peak District on the Tissington Trail, you know? I feel very, very blessed. But if they build a bridge from that housing estate, which I am, my gut's telling me that that's going to be full of immigrants, almost like a barracks. If they build a bridge over the canal onto that section, they could be hiding in bushes and all sorts, you know. I've said in previous videos, I've been walking with the girls at night because I only used to go out at night, and I'd see a young girl, under 18, and it's been dark, it's been pitch black, and I'm thinking, what are you thinking? What are you thinking? I know some of you have heard this before, but I just need to bring it forward. I'm just thinking, what are you fucking thinking? And then I thought, should I go up and go around her and then come in front of her to make sure that she can, or should I catch up to her just to make sure she's safe to get onto the streets where it's all lit up? But if she wasn't freaked out already, my actions of doing that, which would be honourable, would definitely freak her out. So you still get young girls walking down there at night time. You know, it's a catastrophe waiting to happen. Got to protect our kids at all costs, you know. Yeah, Linz, yeah, defense. If you can afford it, if you can afford to buy, if you can afford to shell out for 120 quid for a second-hand air rifle from Marketplace, or, you know, but when you go there, just say, is there any chance we can just test it? Can you test it out? Show me how you use it, and shoot a can or something like that, just to see if you can do it. Because if the barrel's all bent out, it's pointless. You're not fucking shooting yourself. So at least get them to give you a demonstration before you buy it, before you exchange money. Obviously, that's not going to happen in a pawn shop, you know. It's just going to be a straightforward sale, but they are probably going to give you some sort of guarantee on it, you know. So if you can take it back and say, look, it shoots around fucking corners, mate. It's bent. It's not true, you know. You can take it back within a certain time and they'll give you your money back. So Facebook, get them to do a demonstration. A pawn shop, try and practice with it. Try and use something to rest on so that you can get a nice rest shot. That's how you should always start, until you learn how to be able to do it without resting on anything, or going prone or semi-prone. You know, that gives you more stability. And if you're, you know, again, they need to be hitting the mark. So if you're buying it from a pawn shop, get some practice in. Just have some pellets already. No, because then you won't know if you need 177 or 122 or 0.22 until you've bought it. But then you can get pellets that, you know, that'll arrive in the post 3-4 days. So you get something like, I don't know, a week, is it? Something like that, 2 weeks from a pawn shop where you can take it back. I don't know how it works. But I know you can take them back if you think it's faulty. But they're definitely the best places to go. Axes are good. I would love to reel off my defences. I would love it. You know, I'm going to be meeting a few people on the 17th of May in Birmingham for that march, and away from, you know, with the noise of the people that want to murder us in the background will muffle out any sound on the phone. So I'll be able to have a little whisper in the ear of what my defences are of this house, you know, because I've got a lot to defend now, a lot. You see, even my neighbour, because I've been out in the garden a lot more, trying to sort of plan stuff out and what have you. as you go down the first part of the garden, the fence panels are 6 foot tall. As soon as you go up those 3 steps where the second pond is, the fence line continues at that level, so it doesn't go up, so it's 6 foot, you know. So if you want to just be chilling out in your garden and you don't really want to be talking to your neighbours, you know, you just want some, you know, you want to just crack on, you don't want to be distracted. It's quite challenging down there. So I was planting some stuff up and doing a bit of weeding down that part of the garden, and my neighbour, he doesn't know I've got a YouTube channel. Not many people I know, you know, that's what I meant. I wanted it to be discreet and small, but still important, you know. So he can see that I'm growing loads and loads of food. He can see that straight over the fence. So he knows I'm growing my own food. He knows I've got a little mini orchard down there, blah, 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 blah. And we were talking about something, I can't remember what it was now, because he does know a bit about this and he does know a bit about that, right? So he's not fast asleep. But when someone turns around and says, yeah, we're thinking of going off grid, that was his words, you know, I'm quoting him. And it was one of those moments where I had to bite my lip, you know, because I'm thinking, how the fuck are you ever going to be? You've got a back. So look at how long my garden is, right? His is just as long, but it's all slabs. It's all slabs. It's completely devoid of life apart from a beautiful, fully matured birch tree. That's it. Just weeds. No water catchment system. You know, his water would be better than mine because it's from a better roof. You know? So he should have 4 connected up and then start getting rid of those slabs. You know? Start fucking planting. How can you? So when someone says, yeah, we're looking at being self-sufficient, and you're looking at them and you're thinking, when are you planning on doing that? Because you've not got one single aspect of self-sufficiency in place. Not one. To the point where when I said to him about a year ago, I said, you need to start stocking up food, mate. And he said, I've always got plenty in, right? I've got a good memory, you know, when it comes to stuff like that. So if he ever came knocking on my door, I know that he would be useful to me, especially if that new estate down the road turns into barracks, right? Whether it's called barracks or not, whether it's gated or not, if it's 70% illegal immigrants, it's a barracks to me. Now, I know that my next door neighbour can box. The other one, her on that side, she wouldn't come round if she was starving. She's too stubborn and too ignorant. So not got a particularly good relationship with her for loads of reasons. If I reeled him off, you'd get it. But I know that he can box. And I know his son is decent at MMA. So they could be assets, you know. But you just don't ever show your cards, you know. Don't tell. I mean, here's me telling the whole fucking world, you know, that I've got this, I've got that, and I've got this, and I've got that. I've got enough food to last me for X amount of time, and I'm making it public. You don't need to do that, you know. You need to be as discreet as possible. And if your next door neighbours turn out to be an asset or a potential asset, then feed them just like I've been out foraging and I've just, you know, I don't know, make some excuse up. Just say, oh, I've had to give so much of my food to my brother. I've had to give so much food to my parents. I've had to give so much. It's not left with me with much, but if you can help me watch this, keep an eye on this street, I can keep you fed. And then you've got an ally. But then he's got 3 kids, a missus, and then she's Chinese, and her mum and dad come round nearly all the time. I've never seen his mum and dad, Kevin's. So that would be him, his missus, his 3 kids, and her mum and dad. You know, I'm not supplying 7 people with meals every day. Not happening. There are going to be a lot of people that are going to just be so unbelievably fucking jolted when shit really kicks off, you know. And people think that that it's kicking off now. There are people out there that think, "Well, this is it." No. I think we all know that we've nowhere near started. Nowhere near. I did have that conversation with my dad saying, you were born at the perfect time. You know, you were born, I think he was born 1 year after the World War II ended, right? So he got to grow up through the sort of the rebuilding of the country, you know, and everything sort of being renewed, and the euphoria of winning a massive war that was, again, when you start looking into that, fucking hell, you start looking at the reality of what happened, and everything becomes very questionable, you know. But they in the 40s, they would have been highly susceptible to, you know, propaganda, highly susceptible. You know, people still are. But back then, there were very few people like us, you know, back then, questioning shit, very few. So, yeah, just be very, 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 very discreet about your preps. Don't go around. There are things you can say that can steer yourself back away from it so that you're not a target. But you should be in charge of who you decide is going to be an asset to you. And obviously, I mean, if you've got dependents, you know, it goes without saying, be prepping for them as well. But I think for those of you who live alone, especially the women, defend your home, you know, learn to fight if you can. I'll show you a few little bits and bobs with that freestanding punch bag. I'll do a few shorts, and they're just simple things, really, really simple, dead easy, dead straightforward. And because most people aren't trained to fight, and because most men don't expect a woman to be able to do a proper groin strike and then follow through with a hook punch, you know, a really fucking good one, that's gonna give a 30 second head start to run away. And in that 30 seconds, you will have drawn loads and loads of attention to yourself. And there'll be someone out there, like the blokes in our chat, people like me, you know. Probably, that jumped a little bit. I do apologise. I've got behind. I get carried away. We should all meet up. I totally agree with you, Sal Misra. I know that we've mentioned the camp that myself and Michael's done all of the legwork really. All I've done is just try and promote the idea and try and get people to come down and join us. But it's in the Midlands, so it'll be a weekend away, and we'll hopefully do a little bit of archery, a little bit of crossbowing, a little bit of air rifle shooting, a bit of music, bit of self-defense, plenty of talking, lots and lots of talking, because you'll be around people that think the same as you do, think the same way that you do, a real way. But yeah, Michael, don't put the details of the place. If anyone's interested in coming, email me. But I'm also aware, Sal Misra, that due to medical reasons, that would be difficult. But we could always do something else. In fact, you chose the change in the name of the channel. Why don't you organise something? I don't know where you live. I used to love going for the reductions at night. Right. Okay. Yeah. It's everywhere you go now. They're everywhere. They're everywhere, and the people that are taking over our cities, they're looking at these pathetic sentences that are being dished out, and suspended sentences and stuff. That if it was me, if it was someone that looked a bit pasty, that was a bit more like a cracker, a honky, I'd get 5, 6, 7 years for it, Good night, Sal Misra. I think I probably missed that. I wish I had timestamps next to everyone's. Hello, Lily. How are you doing, sweetheart? I hope you're all right. So the battery lasts. So I'm assuming that that you're out in the sticks somewhere, or at work. Yeah, but lovely to see you again, Lily. Lovely. You're so lovely. I love watching Bob in the Park destroy Islamic ideology. Proper devastating logic. Yeah. It doesn't. This is it. You see, again, if anyone gets a chance to watch that post that I put from my X account in the post section, you'll know which one it is. And there's a guy there who his mum and dad were from Pakistan, and he's kind of moved around a little bit, and he's sort of studied Islam a little bit, and his missus is white, and it just gives a really, really, really interesting, and when you start looking into it, a very accurate take on the Islamic rape gangs, the mentality behind it, and the fact that it's just been passed on from generation to generation to generation. It's a cultural thing. They don't see anything wrong with having sex with children. They don't see it. Oil and water. We've got lots of housing going up too. It's supposed to be affordable housing. Yeah, this is how they sell it to you, though, Ruth, so that you don't, because they have to put notices up, and then you've got an X amount of time to be able to kind of get involved and say, no, none of us agree with this. Just so that gives them the opportunity to turn around to you and say, well, we don't fucking care. It's going up anyway, The illusion of democracy. That's what we've got. It is an illusion. But yeah, let me know. Keep me posted on that, Ruth. Let me know what the inhabitants look like. I can imagine they're all extremely heavily tanned. The lovely tinny woman in the park. In the park too is great warrior to Michael. Forget her name. She is fearless. I'm not sure who that is. But yeah, there are lots of people out there that they've found that thing, you know. I think most of us have been a little bit like this for all our lives, but we've just started to come into our own, you know. We've just started to morph into what we were meant to be, and we're formidable. We are, because we're not part of the matrix, and that takes a lot of strength, a lot of courage, a lot of stamina, and yeah, you know, lots of us have ended up being alienated from friends, family, work colleagues, you know, just for staying on the path, the right path, the path that is least walked, least worn, because it's a tough path, fucking tough path. The hardest way is always the best way, you know, because it builds your character. It builds up your character. It builds your character up. It builds up your physical, mental, and spiritual strength. You know, unless you allow it to tear you apart. You know, again, we live in a world where it is survival of the fittest, but it's different now. The way that we saw survival of the fittest, say 2,000-3,000 years ago, that was survival of the fittest, as in being fit, generally fit physically. Now it's purely mental. It's 4D chess between light and dark, good and evil, you know, and we are winning. It doesn't look, I know it doesn't look like that way, you know, we've got a long way to go, but that's why everything's being really pushed now. How can they achieve all of their sustainable goals, for example, in the West, right? How can they achieve all of them, right, when the EV market is bottomed out, right? People are waking up on a daily basis. People are starting to think, well, do you know what? You know, considering it's global boiling, I'm fucking freezing every night, right? So it's just little things like that coming together in people's heads, and then it snowballs. Not in everyone. Their snowball will just go a certain way and stop. But most people, they'll start to think, well, you know, that if that's not true, then that, and then they'll start thinking about that, and then that, and that, and they'll start questioning stuff. And there you have, you know, the birth of a critical thinker. And welcome to our fucking tribe. Maria Spoon, hi. So sorry I haven't come across her yet. I will certainly look for her, Ruth. Yeah, it's nice to share stuff, you know. It's nice to share information. You know, I mean, I've still not been to my local stand in the park. I don't even know if it still exists, you know, because I think that was just kind of an original concept to bring people together, and it was a great idea. But then I think it's just kind of ballooned since then, and people have just, kind of gone up, found other groups where they connect a bit better, and they've connected with that group, and then you'll get another group from maybe that group that doesn't quite connect with that group. You need to connect. It's got to be more, it has to be way more than just, do you know what chemtrails are? It's got to be way deeper than that. You've got to be able to feel completely and totally comfortable around the people that you're with, and be able to trust them. What time should we take it to? Because I know that again, I don't want to keep everyone up, and if I keep myself up, I'll get less done tomorrow. Just move over onto the next day and onto the next day. But I am on it. I'm so fucking on it. When I get out there, I'm a man on a mission. And that's why tonight was so late. And plus, I have to take the girls out twice a day, religiously, no matter what. They are my main. What have you been thinking about, Maria? What have you been thinking about? Tell us. Pray tell. I like that. Pray tell. See, I love our language. I love it. It's lovely. And in Pakistan, so Pakistan is split between Urdu and Punjabi, right? Now, it's more than just a difference in language. It's people being usually of the same faith, but just with a different attitude. And 90% of Pakistan is Punjabi. And the vast majority of the raping gangs are Punjabi. The Urdu speaking Pakistanis tend to be a little bit more conservative, a little bit more maybe just like a lot more like common sense based, and a little bit more like leaning towards Hinduism. But even in Hinduism, the women aren't, not in all cases, I'm just saying, they're still seen as second class, second rate, second to men, and I don't like that. I just don't like that, So any religion that's against equality between men and women, that's not how this country should work. We should be a rock and a protector for our women and kids, and our women should be a rock for us when we need them to be a rock for us. The yin yang sign. Why is the diverse and DEI protested together? Is it an oxymoron? That's a really fucking good question, that is, Maria. I like that. They're all, I think the vast majority of people like that, what we would consider to be extreme leftists. So anyone that we would consider to be an extreme leftist is a fruitcake. They've got absolute proper tunnel vision, I mean, at least us. I mean, look, so going back to Palestine, right? I don't agree with any aspect of Islam, right? I don't. And I've always said that, and I hold to that. And the vast majority of the Palestinians are like that, you know. But then there are Christians mixed in there, and a few other religions mixed in there, and they're all being oppressed now. So we've got a duty to make sure that this doesn't go too far in the wrong direction, you know, and take our power back from our governments. And it's going to take balls and it's going to take grit. But we can't be living in a country where our women have to fucking dress up so that they cover nearly all of their head, or in some cases, in extreme cases, every single part of their body apart from their eyes. You know, we can't have that for our women. We can't have that for our kids. You know, if your missus wants to do a bit of role play, you know, and any Muslims listening right now would be right offended. Yeah, get her to dress up in a hijab or hijab, yeah. Get her to put a hijab on, you know, and just get jiggy with it, you know. That'd be like a. But please, if you get the chance to watch that thing in the posts section, it gives a very, very, very kind of easy to follow and concise explanation as to why it's happening, how it's happened. And I've not watched it all the way to the end, so I don't know if it's solution based or not, but I've got my own solutions, you know. We just need more numbers, that's all. We need to just stand up and be counted, and we are being, which is why they're speeding this shit up. And like we've said before, the faster they speed this up, the more people wake up. No, it's as simple as that. It's just common sense. It's common sense. You know, when people get hit over and over and over, but they overhear little conversations that people like you and me or similar, you know, somewhere on that sliding scale, they hear them talking, and it all goes in. It all goes in, you know. It's getting more and more and more people. Imagine how many people are out there that got jabbed, right, and now are suffering from problems, or they've got a partner or a husband or a wife that was fit as a fucking fiddle. They used to go hiking every weekend, and now she's fucked or he's fucked, right? But they've still not made that connection with the jabs. Imagine when that happens en masse. That's a lot of fucking angry people out there, and they're not going to be aiming that. That's not going to be aimed at Islam. That's going to be aimed directly at Westminster. So this is what I meant by we've got a battle on two fronts. So we're battling against illegal, uncontrolled, undocumented immigration on three fronts. So we've got that. We've got the grooming gang Punjabi mentality of how they see young white girls, and the fact that they think it's okay to, because their prophet says it's all right to have sex with kids. Their prophet says it, you know. So to any woman that follows the Quran to the letter as well, she's, you know, quite likely to be a mother, you know. And she's like looking at her daughter thinking, You know, you're 9 now. Wait until you're 11. We'll get you shipped off. We'll get you sorted out with a husband. You know, I don't think it's that. I don't think it's that extreme. But again, mothers, grandmothers are taking their children to have their genitals mutilated. You know, the little girl will go along with someone they trust, another female that's a matriarch. You know, either a mother or a grandmother or an auntie. And they see our poor working class girls as fair game. You know, it doesn't happen as much with women because women, you see, a lot of these. So if you look at Bradford, for example, right, you are like a dot in a domino. You are, you know, it's unbelievable. It's such a beautiful place. You know, all these old Victorian and Edwardian buildings and that, they're gorgeous. It's a lovely place. But it's been completely taken over. So statistically, in towns and cities like Bradford, like so many other northern towns, they're financially destitute because there are hardly any jobs going around, you know, so everyone's on the bones of their arse. But the vast majority of the Muslims, the Muslim men, the Pakistani men, have little side hustles. They're very enterprising, you know, little side hustles, got their own businesses and blah, 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 blah. So they can afford to drive around in flash cars, you know. So if you get a girl, you know, that's 14, 2 years under the legal limit, and she gets chatted up by an Asian fella, a Pakistani fella, you know, Islamic, and he's got a top of the range BMW, you know, the grooming begins, and they've got no respect for him. They've got no respect for him whatsoever. They just meet, and in probably one case at least, literally. Where are we? I suspect that a lot of them are just hired deadheads. Yeah. I will be going to bed at 2. Yeah, we'll shut off at 2 because I think that's a fair time. And again, you know, I genuinely apologise for leaving it so late. I said between 8 and 9, you know, but it's that time for any prepper that's really dedicated to what they're doing, because it's not a fad. You know, a lot of people, a lot of your family members, a lot of your, you know, some of your friends, some of your acquaintances, work colleagues, whatever, you know, they'll think that it's just some sort of weird fucking fad that you're going through, you know, when in actual fact it is so much more than that. It is literally a lifestyle. It's a lifestyle, you know, it's a way of life, a way of living. And they'll get that eventually. They'll get it. They will, you know. But yeah, this time of year, it's a busy time of year, especially if you're trying to grow your own stuff, you know, and trying to sort other stuff out as well. It's so time consuming, you know. But I need to try and get on top of stuff this weekend, a lot more stuff. And I might get maybe a couple of shorts out on the punch bag, just so that you've got something you can practice at home with. You can get your husband to hold a pillow in front of himself, where he's got hold of the pillow like that, a lot. Wallace and Gromit. Oh, cheese. Oh my gosh. Right. So he's got a really good, decent, half decent, tough pillow, and he's got the grip of the top of it like that. And he's supporting the pillow with his forearms like that. So if he kind of like just keeps his head up to the side, you know, so that he doesn't get whacked, you can practice your punches, you know. One of the easiest ones, it's once you've got the absolute basics, you can start to build on them, you know, and just get better and better at it. But just master one thing at a time. And a jab cross is just brilliant. It's so fast, you know. So it's a jab with your left arm if you're right-handed, right? So you kind of you start off. You've always got to start off. Protect your chin. So your hands are touching your chin. You've got to be touching your chin. This is one of the things that you need to be disciplined about, is bringing yourself back to your guard again, right? So you jab, right? So as you jab and then you move forward with your cross. The jab is a stun, just a stun. They're not expecting it. That cross is important. You know, it can put them on their arse. If you get them right, which with time, you will. If you've got an old pillow, get your other half to do a little target on it, or several targets, and then start to learn to punch those targets. And then before you know it, you can get 4 punches in, and the final one is a mover, right? And I can do 4 punches in 2 seconds, you know, and making that last one count. But we'll build up to that, just so you can. But this is all stuff that you can find on Facebook. You can find it on YouTube. There's loads of tutorials. So is there any point in me doing that? You know? Oh, what was your retracted message there, Lana? I think you'll make it to 2 a.m. because did you take that off yourself, Lana? I think that right, okay, yeah. You see, when you go into the comment section, you can and then you read back your comment that you've already posted. You know, you've one of those moments where you've not proofread it first, and you thought, oh, that sounds fucking stupid. You know, because I'm a stickler for grammar. You know, and but you can go in there and you can edit that comment and then resend it, but it still says edited then. So then you think, what was the original message? But it was just simply a typo, or there was a word missing, a 2-letter word missing in there somewhere that I needed to add to make it make sound sense, you know. But yeah, I think that the kind of people that sort of listen to me and get involved in the chat section, it's because I think we all feel quite connected, you know, and over time we've got more and more connected and more familiar with each other, even though we've not seen each other's faces, we've not been in each other's company, you know, we've not heard each other's voice, you know, we still get a vibe. We get a vibe, and these Friday night live streams are it's a form of escapism without escaping, you know, because we're still addressing these issues, but we're not doing it in a frantic way, and we're throwing a bit of humor in now and then, you know. So that's priceless. That's, to me, it is. It's priceless. You know, if I was, I know I'm obviously quite biased, but if I was looking for a channel that was full of real people, you know, good people, and it was predominantly based on prepping and but kind of you know, there was that personal touch, you know, again. So on top of trying to plant everything up and trying to get the right pots ready and trying to go through all my seeds and then trying to stay on top of the whole supplements thing, and then trying to get on top of the house, make sure the girls go out every day. You know, I'm on a fucking mission now, a mission. But you know, taking into account that I like to be able to acknowledge every single comment, you know. So even if you don't get a reply, you're getting an acknowledgement, you know. So I feel the need to if I miss anyone, it's because I've not been notified, or it's quite a few videos back or something like that, you know, and I've knocked out 3 videos since or something like that. It won't be because I've ignored you or anything like that. Never. I always, you'll get at bare minimum a heart and a unique and individual response comment, you know, to your comment, tailor-made to your comment. So all that takes time. And then I do get quite a lot of emails now, you know, which is fine. That's what it's there for. Don't let that put you off. But getting around to answering emails as well, you know, it's all together, you know, it keeps me on my toes. But yeah, you know, if you can stay up till 2, that would be fantastic. Slip the jab, then hard hit under the ribs, as it's fast becoming my favorite counterpunch. That is a good one. And there's also another one. So if you're getting to spar with someone, Michael, if I remember right, you do get the chance to do that. Going for a sucker jab, and as you're going for a sucker jab, pull back and then come in with a hook, with the right hook to the side of the head, because then they're going down to guard themselves and leaving the head wide open. You see a lot of boxers and a lot of MMA fighters that they're constantly going for kicks to the leg and going for body shots to the point where they end up and they go in there hard and fast, right? To the point where they wear their opponent down, to the point where they've taken so many body shocks, they start to then protect their body. They bring their defense down, you know, and that's it. You know, that's what you want to do. It's the more proficient you are in maximizing the amount of power you can get behind a punch, maximizing the amount of power you can get behind a kick, and then practicing over and over and over and over again. But warm up beforehand, you know. I'm determined to learn to do the splits. I'm not far off, but if you can do the splits, you can get some really good high kicks in there, you know. I mean, an axe kick, you know. So an axe kick, you come in. This is your leg. You come in over your body and then down. And if you can get one high enough, you can break their guard. And everything's got to be fluid, so something would follow on from that. So you would break the guard with an axe kick down. Again, this is advanced stuff that I don't even want anything to do with, because it's not necessary. You know, if you get engaged with it and you get obsessed with it, fill your boots. But me, I've learned enough, and I'm confident enough with what I've learned. I just need to keep practicing and keep staying fit, you know. And if you're starting to lift weights, or if you're starting to do push-ups or anything like that, so ladies in particular, build up your upper body strength, you know, because Most women are lacking that. They are. You know, you try and get the average woman to do one pull up. Not happening. So start off with press ups or even just standing up. So your body's taking all of the weight, more or less. And then just on your counter, your kitchen counter, put your legs out as far as you can, and then use your kitchen counter. And then I don't want to come in too close because I've not had a shave around here. You know, I want to be semi-presentable. So you've got hold of the counter, the kitchen counter at the edge, and then you just do it, and then just move yourself in. So your chin touches the counter, and then move yourself out. But do it slowly. You know, if you can do that in repetition slowly, you can do it fast, a piece of piss. Again, it's the path least walked, you know. It's sort of resistance. It's resistance training, you know. And then you start to bring it, you know. I mean, women already know where there's a major weak spot on a man, you know. Our ovaries are on the outside, you know. And one really good groin strike, and with a groin strike, you're not aiming for the bollocks, you're aiming for the rib cage. So you're putting enough power in to aim for the rib cage. So because your foot's not going to get to that rib cage because it's got bollocks in the way and a pelvis. But if you're aiming for the rib cage, that's how much power you're putting into that groin kick, that groin strike. You know, have a look on YouTube, and because I can't do groin strikes with that out there. I can't show you how good a groin strike really can be, because it's you can do it with punch bags because they're hanging, you know, so they've got a base, so you can practice them on them, and kicky pads. Anyway, I feel like I'm waffling. But there are just some simple things that you can remember to do, you know, that are so easy to remember. And if you find yourself, but that will give you more confidence. And the more confidence you've got, as long as you don't allow it to turn into ego, don't allow ego into your heart. It's a weakness. There's a massive difference between self-confidence and egotistical, you know, but there is a difference. There is a huge difference when you start looking into it, you know. Being self-confident, I posted something again. I posted another thing in the post section saying that just no matter what, just can be you, you know, and be the absolute best version of you that you can be. And if anyone disagrees with you, stand your ground, you know, and just own it. Own yourself, because you do own yourself, right? And you will eventually attract like-minded people. You'll become a magnet. You know, we've gone in the last 5 years. We've gone from being people that sort of maybe gave a little bit of wide berth to, because they were thinking he's a bit fucking on him. You know, I've heard what he was talking about. You won't believe what he was saying about the jabs, you know, stuff like that. Or he was on about, I don't know, something to do with Jenny engine earring, or something to do with the clouds, you know, whatever. We've all encountered people that have been like that with us, and they've said stuff like that to us, or we've overheard them say something, or we've found out through someone that they've said something like that, you know. So we're going to have gone from people that a lot of people couldn't connect with and therefore would avoid, because if you can't connect with someone, if you can't get chemistry with someone, even small talk's a challenge, you know, let alone depth of conversation about things that matter. So we will have gone from people that people wanted to avoid to people that will be magnetized to us just by leading by example. And by that, not leading, just being you, you know, just continuing to be authentic. You know, it's so crucial that you stay that course, no matter what, stay authentic, because true authenticity, you can feel it, you know. This is why I'm, you know, you found out so much stuff about me because I open up, you know. I do think this part of me that maybe subconsciously holds back certain information. Nothing, you know, dark or macabre. Nothing like that. Nothing weird. Just personal information. That, yeah, I think there is a filter in my brain, but generally, yeah, I tell you so much about me, you know. But again, that reverts back to what I'm saying about you end up magnetized. People are drawn to you and you're drawn to them, you know, and that's starting to happen naturally, organically. Just by holding yourself, holding the line, and just not compromising on who you are. And if you've got really firm, strong beliefs in something, you stand by them. Principles are utterly fucking pointless if you're not prepared to live or die by them. Where are we? I used to do boxercise at the gym for Keep Fit, loads of YouTube videos I could watch. Get back into it, Ruth. I'm right-handed, Michael. Had a little air punch. I would start with my left. Yeah, that's the jab. Jab, and then cross. You know, it's the jab that stuns them. It's the cross that's getting the message. And it works. It works. And you can build on that. And you can start creating, because different people have different people prefer different combinations. Just like, you know, different people like different types of wine or different types of food. You know, we're all different. We're all unique, and you'll find your own kind of what you like, and just keep practicing that, and then just master the art of doing certain kicks, master the art of doing certain punches, you know. And yeah, I just want. I'm quite a protective person, you know, and the thought of knowing that there are lasses out there listening to this, in the country that we're seeing some serious atrocities happening and not much punishment. Anything that you can do to just increase your chances of getting away from a situation like that, you know, because they're still coming, and they're still coming. So I just I don't like the idea of good people being, yeah. Like I said, if you trust your neighbours, again, just be careful about what you say to them. Be careful about what you say. Don't give too much away. Keep your cards to your chest, close to your chest. But if there are certain neighbours that you think are going to be of benefit to you, then, you know, very, very gently, you know, get them involved. And You see, over the last sort of couple of weeks, I felt so compelled to keep buying food. And the first time I ever got this feeling was in June 2019. So now I'm hearing about Chinese freight boats turning around, and there's a lot of stuff. They've put a lot of stuff out there. I think it is quite general knowledge that that China is responsible for a lot of pharmaceutical medications, you know, especially insulin, you know. But they're just playing their part in this, you know. We're going to be now we're going to play the bad guy. Sorry for profiling anyone or stereotyping any of our Chinese friends there. They want to bring the current system to a complete and total close in order to start the new system. And it is likely that they will, you know, we will see CBDCs and stuff like that. But we are going to see a lot more activity on the streets, activity from the public, more and more and more and more, because more and more people are waking up. And then when it gets to the CBDC stage, and then people start having their purchases programmed, that'll wake a few more people up, and before you know it, you know, we've got a whole country full of really fucking angry people. And then I think that's where we might probably need to kind of, there's going to be a lot of people out there that are going to get really, really messed up really, really quickly. But because we've survived that and gaining momentum, we're perfect for kind of getting these people to just come back down to baseline again, you know, by saying, look, I knew all of this. Do you see me panicking? You know, just an approach like that. We're going to play a very, very important role moving forward in so many different ways. It's our generation, you know. Never has there been a generation that's had this much fucking pressure of, you know, just riding on us, you know. But I've got every bit of faith that we can pull this off. Every single bit of faith. I've got no doubt whatsoever. My gut's saying it's going to happen. It's going to happen. You know, we're all going to turn this around, and it's going to be all right. It's going to be good. It's going to be good. But the build up and the pinnacle, the point, is going to be so fucking rough. And as long as you keep stockpiling food, and maybe learning to just, even if it's just 10 minutes a night, practicing the same punch, 10 minutes a night, you can build up your actual body definition, you know, and show your muscles just by fake sparring, you know, punching, kicking, you know, different types of punches, different types of kicks, because you're using every single muscle in your body, you know. You don't need to lift any weights. And if you do want to build your muscles up a little bit, or at least to get some definition, some tone and some strength in them, you can just use your house as a gym. Email me if there's anything that you want to know, one part of your body that you want to work on, and I'll point out somewhere in your house where you can do that. You don't need to go to a gym. But it does humans are by nature quite competitive animals and creatures, you know, we're competitive, we are. So it does help if you've got people around you doing the same thing, because we are kind of, there is to some degree a herd mentality, you know, that's society. We are designed to live as a society, as a herd, right? And the same applies to illnesses, you know, herd immunity, you know. But then, so we've got people that are part of the herd, and but they're not aware that they are part of a herd, you know. So they're just slaves, and they just do what the vast majority of the other people, or the majority of the other people, are doing, because they think that's the right thing to do, because that's the most amount of people that are doing it, you know. We went through a stage in our lives where we were, you know, in such a minority, a ridiculous minority, you know, and we got, you know, it was fucking hard work, but we did it, you know, we did it. And I'm telling you, you should honestly just, first chance you get tonight, as you go into bed, at least, you know, just do this one thing for me, right? Just this one fucking thing. That's all. Have a look in the mirror, have a smile, have a wink, right? And then go to bed. Because you've earned it, you know? A lot of us reflect, a lot of us have got regrets, a lot of us have got concerns. We're only human, you know? But we are a different breed. We are a different breed, you know? There are cultural differences right the way around the world, right? Some are very extreme to us, you know, and some are quite similar. So just embrace that uniqueness about you, because that's one of the things that's got you through this, the fact that you're different, you know. And yeah, you know, you'll get people that are, you know, about as shallow as a Saharan fucking puddle, saying that you're odd, you know, or you're a bit weird, you know, or you're a conspiracy theorist. All of this is going to change. It's all going to change, you know. And I said it once before in a video quite a long time ago. You'll go from being what was ridicule to being revered, whether you want it or not, because you can point out and say, look, yeah, I did say that, you know, but no one was listening. Yeah, I know we didn't listen, you know, we thought you were off your head. Now we know that you're not, blah, blah, blah. And then just continue to lead by example. And people will start to lead by example, or follow your example, you know. The future is in our hands. And but there are young people coming up now, you know, young, like 14, 15, 16-year-olds that are questioning the system, you know. And it's not necessarily from their parents having influence over them. It's almost like they're born that way. So the Great Awakening is great. It is. And it's a very real phenomenon. And I know that I've said that so many times, but it really is. It really is. It really is happening, you know. I don't know what the scientific explanation for it is. I've got no fucking idea. None. And I think some things just simply cannot be explained by science. Not in the conventional sense. But this is really happening. you know, and you just need to just stand your ground, no matter what, you know, hold on to all of those principles that you've had for the last 5, 6, or most of your life, you know, and just carry on this path. I do think we're going to be coming up against a lot of serious problems, you know. That's without trying to sound too woo-woo, because again, I don't want people thinking it's a bit woo-woo, you know. But then I think, no, fuck it, I don't care, you know. I think if you listen to your mind, your heart, and your gut, if you listen to them, you know, cut out the peripheral noise. Learn to be able to be sat in a room where it's just you and absolute silence, and then think. It can get quite overwhelming, you know, because we've been trained into a world of distractions, you know. But if you listen to your head, your heart, and your gut, all of which are surrounded by neurons, I do believe that you'll be guided in the right direction. I really do. But you've got to get in tune with yourself. You know, you have to be able to sit in absolute silence, alone with your thoughts. And I still struggle with that, you know, but I am trying it more and more and more, you know. Yeah, I don't want to be saying I think it's a really good idea to do this if I'm not trying to do it myself and seeing benefits from doing it. Where are we? One world order, one world religion, one world leader coming soon, and take the mark to buy and sell. Yeah, but we'll be outside of that, Ruthie, you know, to some degree or another. And again, the more that they throw, the more shit that they throw at the people, the more people are going to start asking questions, and they will, at some point, remember at least something that someone like you said. You know, something that someone like you pointed out to them, and a few pieces of the puzzle are coming into place. And this can be reversed. It can be reversed. It can. But yeah, we've got a war on those 3 fronts. Hey Julia, how are you doing? I love a purple heart, me. That's you know, that's kind of my the heart that I use the most, the purple heart, because it's a sign of it was a medal that was given to people for valor, and they don't dish them out like Smarties, you know. Now, just because you're not wearing a Marine or Army uniform and with some sort of weapon, and you've just walked out the jungle after saving 5 of your friends one by one, you know, from certain death, and you get you get a nice medal like that, Purple Heart. It's right up there. But the mad thing is, if you think about over the last sort of 5, 6 years, you deserve a Purple Heart, you know, because you didn't step in line. You knew, no, this is wrong. I'm going to do this because this is wrong. I'm going to do this. When an ocean of people are doing that. You're doing this because you know that's not right. You see, I think as a child, I'm sure all of us as children thought, right, well, if he's saying that it's right and he's saying it's right and he's saying it's right and he's saying it's right and she's saying it's wrong, she must be wrong. And if anything you've gained from the last 5-6 years is concerned, that's simply not the case. Not the case. You've basically just trusted your gut. You know, you've trusted your gut, and maybe something else that we can't really explain. But yeah, I have noticed the time, guys, and I don't want to keep you all up until stupid o'clock. And I've got 75 billion supplements to make in the morning. I might hit out to the caravan midweek next week. I don't know, because I've got so much I need to do there as well. But yeah, and just before I go, that short that I did put up, you know, with the mask, I put a short up, and I know that I would have sounded quite stressy, and I think at the time I was, you know, it's when, you know, none of us are bulletproof, but our ideas are, you know, and our intentions are, and yeah, cheers, Michael, for that lovely text, and I'm sorry that I never responded to it. I've not found the right time. Just know that it was acknowledged, you know. But generally speaking, you know, the following day I'm bang back in the game. It does. It can drain you. But I just implore you just to maintain that faith in yourself that's not let you down in the last 5-6 years. You know, it's tried and tested. You are tried and tested. So, thanks so much for all your effort and sound advice. Interesting times. Oh, old Uncle Times. It's not very often I see you. If I can't remember ever seeing you put a comment in the live, so it's nice. Thank you, brother. You know, it's lovely, really lovely. I know we get people that just kind of just watching, you know, just watch and listen and read, you know. So yeah, nice to see you in the chat, mate. It really is. I had a purple bedroom as a kid. Yes, it was my older sister's, but I had purple bridesmaids and have honesty growing in the garden, and that's purple. Oh, that's lovely. That's probably the colour of your aura, you know. I've loved your company again, everyone, as usual. Thank you all. Yeah, we are all human, you know. I think that again. I think that's what makes us. That is one of the things that makes us so different to the rest of society, you know. And by that I don't mean excluding ourselves from society. We're just different because we've managed to withstand an absolute barrage of kind of being made to feel like we were wrong, being made to feel like we were nut jobs, conspiracy theorists, you know, just off our heads. And but we stood our ground. We stood our ground no matter what, you know. And yep, some people did get drawn in, but aren't drawn in now, and that's what matters, you know. But we are all human, and it's our human side that's going to get us through this, because it's that humanity, you know. Maintain that humanity. You are going to get desensitized to certain aspects of what's coming, you know. You're going to see stuff that's going to do your head in, but it will just build you up. It will. Just don't let it affect you. Just keep doing what you've been doing, because what you've been doing is right and it's working. Frequency, energy, vibration. Absolutely spot on, you know? And that is, yeah, if you think about the world, like Nikola Tesla said, if you see the world like that, if you see the world as frequency, energy, and vibration, it will make more sense to you, and life will become better. It will, you know. Yeah, we've got wars ahead of us. Nothing we can't deal with. Nothing. But you've got to have absolute faith in yourself, you know, and just keep doing what you've been doing. Keep doing what you've been doing. Right. So on that note, I've gone over by 11 minutes. I do apologise, you know. Just a lot to say. There's a load of fucking gorgeous hearts that are well deserved to all of you, you know. And we'll leave it there. And again, time is the most valuable resource ever, you know, in the universe. So thanks for spending it with me. It's always appreciated. So much love to you all. Remember, you're not alone and you never were. Ciao for now.